Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny on my channel back again, and thanks very much for joining us and thank you for supporting all we do here. As you know, I'm still testing my equipment and the new setup, and I got to tell you that with the tweaks I've done recently during this week, everything is looking a lot better. Things are beginning to work according to plan. So I'm really very interested, and I'm very encouraged that things are finally going to be blending in, and we are going to be able to join forces to support those who are in the need here through our gaming community. So as you could see on the screen, you are able to access all the very nice bits and pieces of information related to what we do here. And I have introduced Tiltify. That will tell you exactly what we have generated for those charities. Presently we'll be supporting the charity called Mind UK, but on the list we also have some other places that are providing essential services to those who are experiencing hardship, and they include Shelter, Autistic Society, National Epilepsy Society Scotland, and all other ones that you will be able to find here on the channel. The easiest way to look at what charities we are currently supporting is by simply going to Tiltify and then finding our current campaigns, or having a look at about information on our Twitch channel, which can be accessed through your PC or app, and you get all the relevant information related to these charities. Most importantly, you are going to be getting the links that indicate where you can donate if you decide to do so. The whole concept of the channel is significantly different to what we had previously here. I guess what I need to say is I'm streamlining everything we do here to support those good causes and those charities, which means what is currently offered on Tiltify is very well connected to the world of gaming. So for instance, if you're looking at a target of certain amounts and you break it up into various milestones, for every single milestone there will be a poll, and then in addition to the poll you will be getting also a reward. So this is what I've set up, and we'll obviously start out with one charity. We'll be looking at the relevant polls and rewards and contributions, and obviously all of that is in order, first of all, for us to join hands around the world to support those who are in the need, and also to be able to have a lot of fun by doing gaming, because at the end of the day, what's happened in the last 4 to 5 years has been truly incredible. Gaming communities have exponentially grown, and we have seen how, for instance, more than 4 billion people, that's not million, it's billion, so that's almost half of the world population, had been engaging with the world of video gaming during that dreaded time of the pandemic. If you were here with us on the channel, which I hope you were during that period, you would have seen that I had run several anti-COVID groups, or I should say COVID protection force groups here on the channel for those people who were participating. We were streaming Destiny, Apex, and particularly Warzone, which indeed had been the most popular multiplayer during that period, and we had an absolutely phenomenal, wonderful time where nobody in our community felt alone, even for a split second, albeit all of us spent all of our time indoors, and we were basically not going out at all due to the this dreadful COVID virus and the coronavirus, I should say, and the well, during the period before we had the vaccines, because the vaccination in Britain started in December of 2020, and it did take almost 6 months for people to get fully vaccinated, if not even longer than that. You know, we had provided that forum for everyone here, and that meant not just for the people in the UK, but the people who were indeed participating from any country in the world, in order to make sure that everybody felt greatly supported. And that is what the creed of the channel had been. I think we are changing the overall format to a degree in order to make it a bit more up to date, really, with overlays and all the other things that other people's streamers have. So it's not just focused on gaming and chat, but also on all that we do here in order to support these good causes. So very important to conceptualize that the channel is streamlining the very best of what we can be doing here to support everyone in the need, and that itself is going to be requiring quite a lot of assistance from everyone in our community. As you know, we have about 500 people who are Destiny veterans here, and we have also probably quite a few, we have countless people who participated in various other streams associated with Warzone and Apex, as those three games have been fairly prominent in here. Destiny will remain the backbone of this channel. I still believe that Destiny, together with Elder Scrolls, is one of those best community-based games where people can come in at any time and learn from others and join forces, join hands, accomplish certain objectives, collect certain achievements, and basically rely on each other. I think this is where the difference is. With some other games, like for instance Warzone, well, true enough, we can be supporting each other, but in Destiny and Elder Scrolls, what's essential, because of the multitude of tasks, is for everyone to be able to get hold of a friend or somebody in their community and then learn from them. And we've seen that here on the channel right from the start. And I can tell you, I started streaming and playing Destiny at the same time, so I had really no prior knowledge of the game before I had set up this channel. And well, put it this way, I've had the knowledge of the game, but I've not actually played it. So everything I learned was exclusively and entirely through my community and the participation of everyone who I've got here. It was incredible. It was one of the most enriching, rewarding experiences that I ever would have had, purely in terms of learning and comms that are fertilized by what we have here on the channel from the platform. So at the end of the day, that has grown exponentially since then. So we're talking about 5 years in between, and what you're able to do today is astonishing. As I put in a chat, it's truly incredible that what you can do is you can simply access various titles on any platform and then stream and do that from wherever you are. In fact, yesterday when I was doing the setup here, I looked up on some of the recent inclusions on Twitch, and I really quite like watching Just Chatting in addition to the gaming channels, because you get to know certain people really well, you know, the personality, the character, and the way they are. And also it's interesting to see how, for instance, somebody who has got no prior broadcasting experience will set up a creative channel and do something which will be interesting for very many people. Obviously, there are some preferences amongst the viewers, many of which I will not name. Interesting how, you know, people who are otherwise not trained to be doing broadcasting train themselves through these interactions. They become incredibly professional and incredibly versatile. I watched someone doing like a walkabout stream in their native city, and it's just incredible that with such minimal equipment, I think she was using a couple of, or maybe 3 mobile phones, as high quality mobile phones, in order to do this. You know, the quality of it all, 4K, and the sound was really fully Dolby surround sound. It's just really, it's mind-boggling that with everything that's available, inclusive of the alerts and overlays that are accessible through various cloud services, you can do that as you walk about your town. I mean, just think about it. Everyone, in theory, would be able to do that. Obviously, it would depend on the person doing the activity, whether they will attract a certain number of followers and viewers. It's down to the person's versatility and overall broadcasting abilities. But at the same time, it's made possible. I mean, that is just astonishing. You know, when I was a child, this was only made possible to people who were doing the major broadcasts on the BBC, and it's I mean, I'm lost for words to deliver more a shout praise to people who are doing it, because very many people will discover hidden talents. Don't forget, it's interesting, when I was examining the whole idea of doing the charitable streams and, you know, watching what was available there to Tiltify, the guide was indicating, as I think they generally do cosplay on the channel, that for certain kind of revenue raise for a particular charity, they'll wear particular costumes. So there will be Tifa, there will be fantasy, there will be a guardian, or, you know, one of the Apex, a guardian from Destiny, or one of the Apex Legends. So, you know, it's just really incredible that anyone can join in and then set up a channel through which they can connect with other people. Don't forget, many people had made very good friendships and connections across the globe, and I personally had been monitoring and connecting with those individuals and groups who actually then later met up in real life. In fact, we were planning to do that with our Warzone group here, because everyone, well, no, I won't say everyone, but the number a great number of people who were participating were actually Britain-based. So we said once the pandemic is over, we'll all get together, go for a meal, and have a chat. And it's very interesting because, go back in time and think of football, or think of other activities like going to live events. This would happen as you were a regular participant going to a major sporting or music event, and you'd meet certain faces, certain people every single time. This time, it's all happening through your console or through your PC, and you meet people not just from your local area, but those who live worldwide, and you can make connections with everyone, well, anyone who lives in China, or Brazil, or Chile, or North America, Canada, Russia, South Africa, Taiwan. Just literally throwing in different, Germany, Holland, Denmark, any other country, and you can create these bonds. Now, it's very interesting how the human mind works when you're connecting, because in the old days when the chats had begun, people were a bit more apprehensive, and the actual approach was very different. Today, doing this is a bit like talking on the phone. Just second nature. It's the new normal. People just know it. Even children as young as 2 or 3 can do it. So it opened up so many different possibilities, and we've had many of those interesting comms and developments here on the channel. The trouble I had was with the internet connection, and finally I was able to resolve this, and I'm very, very pleased about this. As you can see, obviously the picture is of great quality, we have overlays and everything. It did take a number of years for that to be made possible, but just like anything else in science and medicine, we are progressing forward, irrespective of what you hear on various social networking platforms, the conspiracy theories, or the bad news you get from the mainstream media. All of that indeed is in sort of evolutionary movement forwards, and we are getting those advances everywhere. So coming back to the point, the channel is returning back to Twitch. We are going to be live almost every single day within the same format of between 4 to 5 hours. But as I said, the emphasis that we've had previously is a bit more streamlined. It's all about supporting the good causes and the charities that we are indeed engaged with. So when you look at the screen, you're going to be able to see that there are 2 different types of donations. One, and the most important one, is supporting the charities of Tiltify. Tiltify is a verified group that has various means to which the charitable funds are raised. It's 100% secure and safe, and I personally haven't got anything to do with the processing, or anything to do with the revenue as such. It's all going through the Tiltify, but I do have plenty to do with supporting those charities and making sure that my campaigns are being visible and seen on various social networking platforms, on streams and everywhere else. So you'll be able to see that on Instagram, on Twitter, on Discord, on Reddit, all the platforms where I'm present. Also, we are going to be making it a lot more interactive with clips and various other bits like reels everywhere. So that will include TikTok and everything else. So beware if you're coming in. You are going to be recorded, you are going to be heard, and you need to really take a decision, first of all, whether you want to be part of that, because not everyone does want to have their voices heard or cameras seen. And the other thing is you need to subscribe to the rules, because once you enter the chat or you enter the forum, you're going to be given the rules that you need to automatically accept. It's like a written contract. You don't have to sign it, but if you're entering by putting various comments and your thoughts into the chat forum, or intending to come to the live broadcast online, you are basically subscribed to the contract. You have got to be abiding by the rules by the letter, because I have moderators who will take action if you're not, and that means, well, you'll be able to see the rules, but basically everyone needs to be polite and friendly. We don't endorse competitive streamers in here. We want people to be as engaging, as supportive and as friendly as possible, and all the other rules are in there. Also, we don't allow children to participate here. If you're younger than 18, you need to be, well, if you are younger than 13, you're not allowed to be coming here at all, which is obviously in line with the Twitch rules. And then if you are aged between 15 to 18, you will have to be endorsed by a parent who will have to be present at the time when you're participating. So make sure that you really you're crystal clear about the rules, because there will be implications if you're breaking them. And as you can see, this is a serious channel, obviously run by a mature streamer who is very knowledgeable on the legal side of things, and we really simply have to keep it like this. There are so many different adverts presently screened on Sky and on BT Sport and other channels indicating that we're all fighting that online hate and online abuse. And the way to do it is by tightening up our judiciary and making sure that the rules, policies and procedures are in place for people who are doing such things to be immediately apprehended or prevented from accessing such forums. Because obviously for younger people and for those who are more sensitive, receiving unwanted comments, judgments and derogatory types of words which are being thrown at them is absolutely devastating and could have very serious impact on their mental health and their emotions overall. So we are having zero tolerance here on this channel towards anyone of that sort, and every member of our community will be invited to be reporting those directly to various platforms and authorities if they were indeed at the receiving end of such individuals. I've got to say, certain games generate more of those individuals, and that's usually the competitive PvP. I've not come across many, I've got to say, but now and then when playing certain games like Apex and Warzone in particular, I would come across some really unpleasant individuals exclusively, and I would say almost certainly always through the random selection, the random matchmaking. You have no control of who comes into your arena, and therefore I have also prevented them from being heard live when streaming. But at the end of the day, it's fun, because everybody likes hearing the are just having it one way. That is of no use to anyone. But I have no control over what somebody who is indeed coming into the forum from around the world through the random matchmaking will or will not be able to do. And also they're coming into our forum, which is streamed live online, making it significantly different to what otherwise you would have had in your own community. So ultimately it's the good old channel, just slightly repackaged and provided in a sort of more streamlined, up-to-date format. So when you look at the screen, you are going to be able to see, first of all, the various overlays, which is obviously the brand new thing that we have here. And I'm very, very proud to say that I spent a lot of time doing these and building them, and they look really pretty good. And also we have various overlays for different titles. So what we do here for Destiny may not be seen for Apex, Stream, or indeed for Warzone. So different overlays for those games, and they'll look really, really very good. And indeed, as we carry on, there will be more beautiful types of overlays created, and I'll be able to import them, buy them, and then present them to our viewers. Two different types of donations that we are going to be running here on the channel, which is what I began to talk about, but that's are first of all to support the charities. So we'll have charities like Mind UK, Autistic Society, National Society for Epilepsy in Scotland, and Shelter. So each one of them is providing services for those who are in the need, affected by ill health, disability, or indeed the actual experience of homelessness. These are a very, very important such issues in Britain, and I believe also worldwide. But obviously, as we live in our country, we will be indeed raising the issue as much as possible on our domestic, national, regional level for people to be fully aware that those services require many funds, and unfortunately, our government, or any government, is always short of funds for whatever reason, and therefore we have to be subsidizing those charities as much as we can. So you'll be able to see that on the Tiltify front. It will indicate exactly what revenue has been created and what's been invested. I still have to tweak, I think, some of those alerts, because I think they will be presenting the of the overall campaigns. I think generally people run one campaign, but I think considering that we have lots of viewers and followers, we'll be looking at quite a number, and running several campaigns at once will give actually figure, I believe. But we'll play it by ear. It's obviously me, and I will tweak it accordingly. So remember, contributors are people who are contributing not to myself. That's very, very important to understand. This is not a profit-making, profit-focused channel. This is completely educational and completely charitable, so that we can be providing resources for those who are in the need, be it through our comms here live online, or indeed through the charitable support that will be provided by Tiltify. So very important to remember. The other bit is purely to do with the maintenance of this channel. Obviously having new systems here with new consoles, with a new internet connection, with new gadgets, as well as a variety of different online services providing for this, such as overlay streams and everything else, costs. So the idea of tipping and donating is specifically to do with the maintenance of the channel, because obviously I can be self-funding up to a certain point, but if the costs really spiral out of control, then I will have difficulty in maintaining it. So that's the separate area of donations which are supporting myself personally in this channel. But also don't forget, by doing so, you're supporting every one of our participants who come here every single day to talk, to do different things together with us, and you are also enabling this community to grow, because people see that a fertile community will have various things thrown in. For instance, if you were to be donating in sizable amounts, we'll then set up various I won't say competitions, but different types of activities that will be dishing out rewards to our participants. And one of those I have set up already, but that's for Tiltify and for charitable donations. So everyone who is contributing in order to reach a milestone, so there could be various figures involved, will be given a certain reward, and we'll agree on reward, right? So the reward will be given to this person. But as I said, all of that needs to tie in within a system which is entirely charitable and educational. So that needs to be clarified. Everybody needs to understand this. I'm not a person who is running cosplays in order to make millions. It's for somebody else. I have a different aim in mind for doing this, and quite frankly, what I find particularly exciting is that this forum then combines two of my core skills. One is the professionalism in mental health, because I'm a senior mental health professional, and the other is my passion and love of gaming. In addition to that, my ability to do broadcasting. So it's three things together at once, putting sort of tying the loose ends together and making it all together one big entity that really sort of merges all those three interests at once, giving the very best of benefits to everyone. So that is really quite phenomenal. I still can't believe that I'm able to do that for a variety of different reasons. But as I said, streamlining your channel accordingly is something that we are going to be doing consistently. And we also played by ear, with the graphics, with the overlays and everything else. We'll see what the response is going to be. And overall, we'll be obviously always very flexible and attaching the challenges and the changes according to what comes in. Right, I think that was really a pretty good introduction. I managed to squeeze in everything I wanted to say, but also on the screen you should be able to see all the other bits and pieces which are of interest, and be even more present when you look at some of the other overlays. I'll show you actually what I mean. Actually, I want to see something on this chat. I'm quite curious whether can pick up some of these things written here on the screen, because I can see that my chat window in here is small, but it should be functioning. It's at the bottom, the bottom right corner of your screen. So let me put something in. We'll see whether it is going to be visible. So bear with me for a moment. It's not really right. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, it's popping up. That's good, because I could see the chat was popping up on the overlay for stream starting soon. So that's really good. It will also help me to be fully alerted on when people are communicating, because on the console, the way things work, you don't have any of the overlays or chats displayed on the screen. So that's quite good. So I put here, welcome to our Destiny community. Welcome back. There is this lag, unfortunately, there, so I apologize, but that's very little. There's very little I can do about this. It's just simply the way things work. Okay, we've got then. The only trouble with Bluetooth keyboard is that when you're typing frequently, some of the digits don't register, so it comes across as really lots of typing errors. I really hate that. It's really annoying. I'm really quite a good typist, but all the time I'm getting these typos, and that's because it doesn't register quick enough. You're typing fast. I'm not typing one by one. I'm typing really, full sentences, and anyway, that's just testing it. All right, so I think from what I could gather, this all works really well. Very glad that everything is coming to fruition. So let's just crack on with the game a bit. Let's see what the game is going to be like on the new stream, whether the picture quality and everything else will be as good as expected. So that's good. Also, I need to test my audio on the stream. Tested it already many times here via the PlayStation. Seemed to have worked fine. But I'm very, very happy that finally we've got picture quality. Sadly, there are problems with the audio on Xbox, which I cannot resolve up to the point where Microsoft decides to create a new update, because it's affecting millions of people worldwide. And I can't believe for the life of me, it's been at least ready for 3 months since the end of February, and they're not doing anything about it. There's absolutely no technical support provided, and it is truly dreadful that with this sort of integration similar to what they had with the Mixer app, we are getting exactly the same problem, and it's just ridiculous, because obviously the streaming should indeed be facilitating better sales and enabling people to connect better, but it's just truly regrettable that they're not doing what they should be doing. So there you are. Anyway, I'm a bit rusty. I think you could probably hear when I'm talking that I'm still trying to get back in the swing of things, but that's no big deal really. You're going to be back to normal.
Let's see if I can help you.
In no time. Oh, look at that. We've got this, we've got that, but that needs to be purchased by silver. And as you know, in Destiny 1, the silver costs. So,
doing good work, Guardian.
mind you, this one emblem we probably can have for nothing. So we'll take that.
All yours.
Laurel Wreath. For all of you who are new to Destiny, the old Destiny is not as advanced compared to the new. We don't have that many options, but it is a more difficult game to play, and it's a more difficult game altogether to learn if you're not a member of any community. So you have a lot of manual fiddly type of activity, one of which is here with the shaders. So I just acquired it from Tess, put it on, and then you can see it. Obviously the shader is indeed present. Okay, so let me just see whether we can do one big activity quickly. We need to go to Amanda, I think. Just bear with me. I need to set up my secondary display in such fashion so that I see if anybody comes in. Yeah, it's better. Okay. You have to bear with me because I don't see the chat directly on my screen, and sometimes there may be slight delay in responding because I've got to be literally watching two displays at the same time. I don't know, probably work out whether I can put it, well, near my screen so I see what sort of response I'll be getting. Okay. Oh, I see. So it's someone else. Future War Cult wants me, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Not played Destiny 1 for a little while, so you know it's just going back home, so to speak. Lakshmi's here.
Hunter.
So we are given a reward. Our rank with this faction, Future War Cult, had increased. You can choose several factions in here, Destiny 1, down to yourself. And what's beautiful is that I spent probably around 1,000 hours playing Destiny here on my channel, and I still have so many things to do. I looked it up, astonished by the number of things I've not done, but then on the other hand, I've not done it as a single player, you know. And the fact is that if you're doing a single player, you'll be like doing achievements and chasing certain tasks. But in here, we are all about the community, and then with our community, we were supporting others, meaning doing what they needed to complete, and then that would take some time. And you know, it's a different sort of concept that I've had here from the beginning. So bear with me a second. Always I've got to remember to switch my mic back on. It's actually quite good because on the headset, the new headset I've got, the switch is on the main body, and you've got your flick on and off microphone, so you will know always whether it's switched on or off according to its position, and that's really good. I mean, I really applaud our friends at Turtle Beach for doing so. Okay, so coming back to this, let's see, rank up, Future War Cult weapons, Chroma, Cult armor, and then we have weapon reward. I think probably go for maybe we'll go for weapon because I've got the full Future War Cult armor, so I don't need it. So let me see. Oh, we're getting a whole lot in there. Okay. Warpath, Bellicose Shell we picked up. Material exchange, can donate some of your motes. So you could see I've got plenty of these. And then can increase our faction by donating. Future War Cult Legions, do that again. Armor materials.
That will come in handy.
Alright, so we increased it about 325. That's funny, I've not seen this before. But you know, I've got a new setup, so it's all looking a bit better. And alright, so we sorted Lakshmi. What else do we have? Someone else in there? I think it's probably Zavala, or always like really looking at the view. The new tower is very different. Kind of love the old one. I spent so much time here. A great social space as well for people to meet. Okay. So it's not him. Oh yeah, I know. The only trouble I have here with the postmaster is that every single item needs to be brought into inventory. You can't delete it on the spot, and that makes it really arduous. But you know, you can't delete directly as you can in Destiny 2. So I guess what we'll do is we'll pick up some of these things and then we'll delete. And then once you've picked up an engram,
yes,
and that's significantly different compared to the sequel. You've got to go to Master Rahul. So actually he was a very prominent character in the first game, and that is what we've seen of him literally throughout the first 3 years. So you need to pick up the engram from your postmaster. Indeed, you would have it in inventory, and then you go to him and he will be decoding it. So as you can see, this one is a sniper, but it's not a very good one. So the best way of doing it is just remember to get rid of anything that is of no use. Destiny 1 doesn't have such great variety of weapons, and you may want to keep some of those, but don't keep anything which is not exotic or legendary, because obviously it will have of no value. It will clutter your vault, which is fairly small compared to the one in the sequel, and just get rid of it. You know, there's no need. I have actually a few friends who are just collecting everything, and you get that amongst the gamers, people who are really into collectability and doing everything. So the warp bath I did have before, and I think I put it in the vault. And then we have something else in here which we do not need, and that is the wolf belt. Also, the system of modding is not here, so each piece will have its own mods attached to it in terms of its abilities. So it's very important to be examining what piece of armor will be doing to the character in terms of his or her ability. And you know, obviously things have progressed forward, they're more advanced in Destiny 2, but it's always good to be able to sort of sharpen up a bit and keep an open mind to what you're going to be keeping and what you will be using. It's always the best with your community members, because when you are discussing things with them, once you are running different kinds of activities, they will be able to basically guide you through what's the best gear, what's the best armor, and you know, it's the best to learn from everyone. I have several people here in the community tell me, why are you not doing this, why are you not doing that. This is great. Somebody could take this criticism, but you know, I'm quite open to all suggestions. And most importantly, let's say they say, you need like Dreambane armor, haven't you got this piece, why did you not do this quest? So we do the quest together, and obviously I pick it up and have it in my vault or in my inventory, and therefore I'm then fully kitted up. So right, so this one, as you can see, blue weapons in here of absolutely no use. They are not really particularly good. Okay, so that's about it. Don't forget, this is a test stream, so we are not going to be keeping it, and I'm just literally testing all that we have got available here. So for instance, what I did establish, well, we do maybe a brief strike as well. Let me just see, is there anything else that we can delete?
Your name?
We've got this. That's annoying. Hang on, I'll delete some other things there, because obviously loads of this is easily accessible. You can pick them up, and you know, the only annoying thing is I've got everything here 400. So just see what's there. That's way confusing. Okay. Master worked. Let's go to the vault. Have a look in there.
Whenever you need me again, Guardian.
Not a lot of space in there either, I don't think. Well, there is some space, so that's quite good. Let me see what types of cloaks I've got there. None. Armor. Okay. Okay. Oh, I thought I'd seen some doubles there. We don't want any doubles. Doubles out. Hang on. No, that's actually not the same. It looked the same, but it is not. Cloak of the Dredgen Yor. So that's different. Well, I've, you know, paid attention, sorted these things out. Well, I guess we'll just have to leave it for a later date, and see what bounties I've got, if any. Hang on. Okay, none. So what's this? That is a treasure pack. Okay, we got some boosters, some silver dust, that's all good. Don't forget, silver dust you can still use in Destiny 1. You purchase things from Tess, but there aren't that many. A lot of it in the old days was also focused on the silver, so you'd have to purchase some of it in order to get certain items. Right, you know it all. It's Siva strikes. The lead bounties are a bit more to the usual Vanguard, and Sivas have more popular, so we'll do exactly that. Okay, so that's fine. So for instance, I want to now try my overlays, so just bear with me. What we'll do is, it's funny because my friends always would jump and then they would dance up there on the roof, so they what I like doing here is I like going to the view, and because we have all these beautiful overlays, what we do is we change it. So watch this, it's really cool.
Yes, Zavala. I got the message.
So let's see what this one is going to give us.
Just worry about the cutouts, yes, Spencer. Leave the business part to me.
Okay, so let's just write a bit. Let's see whether that chat also works.
I'll tell them.
No, it doesn't want to connect to the chat. Right. Don't know why.
Right.
Maybe because 4G signal's a bit too weak. I don't think that's the case. It's something to do with software. I don't know what's causing it. Don't forget we are streaming through Lightstream, so everything I do here goes to Lightstream first,
Okay,
and then sometimes
okay.
there are some issues. Nevertheless, all looking rosy.
Yes, Zavala. I got the message.
Doesn't want to change, so I don't know what's going on. Well, you could see we are getting new followers. Well, thank you to Darktron. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it was some sort of connection problem. I got it. And it's fine. Okay. So let me just write a bit on the chat. Yes, thank you for following Darktron. Really appreciate it. This is just a test stream. I'm testing out all that set up during the last few weeks, and it seems to be working fine. I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Let's just test this chat. So we'll say thank you to our new friend and
Shouldn't be a problem.
community member.
I'll tell them. Okay, Icor. Okay.
For all of you who are watching, just want to tell you a bit of an explanation, really, because what you can see here on the overlays is we have in the middle, under the Daniel Wheeler Gaming, the list of people who were providing us with, at that time, the main means of support through bits and cheers. So these are the best ones. Our friend the Dark Haunting, we've not seen for quite a long time. He's been a very prominent community member when we started out. We have then some information on the cheers, which is just near the ghost. We have Tiltify Goal, which is what I was just describing earlier, to do with our charitable support here above the chat. And then we have also all the other information in there with tips and donations and new subscribers, and that's it's looking really good. I'm really happy. You know what's the best about online work and streaming in general is when you invest such a huge amount of time and effort and then you see the results instantly. Well, that is of a huge encouragement. This is a huge reward. It makes it feel so great. It's like a major milestone, a major achievement. You spent all of the time building it, but actually it does work in the end. So that's looking good. Okay, I'm happy. Really good animations, aren't they? That's really so good because you can see me looking at that. I love that. I mean, I worked this out after testing it, that when we put this picture of me just watching the city, it looks so good in there. It really does. It's just so good. You have a crisp image of me enjoying the view, and all the other information coming in. People can type and chat and communicate, and that's so good. So love it. Very happy. Very happy. Happy. Alrighty, so we have then back to live, right?
I can take care of that.
I worked on this chat yesterday. It didn't work initially, but all hunky-dory. Pretty rosy. Okay. My stream here, the secretaries, is so good, it's so easy to see. It's great. I'm happy. I mean, you can't imagine how long I've spent building this. It just all looks very simple, but actually it isn't. It's simply if you do it on your PC, but yet again you need to be designing the overlays and doing various other things in there. The problem with the setup is, well, of the technical nature, because the whole system of streaming through cloud of the third-party platform is something fairly new, and then there could be mishaps, there could be technical issues and difficulties. So I think by testing it so excessively, I was able to overcome some of those problems that I've seen on Microsoft forums and on Reddit. Many people were experiencing, but that's really no more for me. I mean, it's all about testing, just like with everything else. You need to test and test and test, and then you are going to be able to get to the bottom of it all. Alright, so that's fine. I think we picked up some bounties. Let's see what weapons we've got equipped and what we need to be doing in order to complete, just for the new viewers and for people who are perhaps new to Destiny. The system of collecting and completing the bounties in the sequel is streamlined, so it's much easier to do certain things than over here. In here it takes a longer time, and not all the bounties are kind of tailored to your weapons or your armor. So if we are to be, well, the principles are, before any activity you need to collect certain bounties that will be advancing something about your gameplay, be it weapons or abilities or anything else. And you do that here by coming to Xander, and you can also get the bounties from Ikora and from Zavala, from Kate there on the deck down below. And we picked up already all of these, so we'll have a look at, well, we tailored these for today's activity, which is going to be Seaver Strikes. And let me just see, settings, character, progress. This is bounties. Okay, so you can see some of those have been there from the older days. Special weapon kills. Okay, so that's Vanguard bounty. We can probably complete that today. We have still Arsenal of Light. I see these are the ones. These are the weekly bounties that are collected. Okay, so that's fine. And I need to work out a system to which I'll know when a new person comes, and also I need to see when oh, I see. I beg your pardon. I didn't try this actually. I wanted to test this. Oh, come on. What is going on? Well, this is a bit fidgety. Okay. Well, I'm happy to see that the chat indeed is working well, and we can see the chat displayed on my live screen, and that's exactly what I wanted to have. So that's good. That's fully operational. Excellent. Okay, and we are going to be doing a few of these Sievas. So let's see. Get super kills. Okay, I remember that. Okay, so that's going to be tricky. In Sievas, being alive throughout, not being killed even once to get the indestructible medal is tricky. But if I really focus on this, I can just hide and let other guys do the things. And but forget, it's very important to have the best armor. So that's medals. Melees, okay. Concentrated fire. Rapid kills. Any weapon, okay. Primary weapon, turn primary streak. Okay, so that's for the primary. Special weapon. Okay, that's fine. I think we are alright with the setup. Let's see, I've got Imago Loop. Imago Loop is one of the most powerful weapons in Destiny 1, and I've been using it quite a bit. A very good hand cannon, and you can really do quite a lot with it. So if you are to be looking at its mods, the mods here are not insertable like in Destiny 2. You're not collecting them through your activity. They're fixed, and then it is down to your activity, basically what we call calibration of the weapon, that you are going to be unlocking some of these. So you have here superb target acquisition. What's here? Oil frame, faster reload, a larger magazine, very important. Larger magazine, very important for this Imago Loop. Yeah, that's been tweaked. I mean, I used it many times. And then we have Darkblade Spite. It's a very powerful fusion rifle, so it's like one shot, one kill. But don't forget the one that's a lot more superior and the best weapon here in Destiny 1 is the upgraded version of Darkblade Spite, and that is Sleeper Simulant. Let me see what I've got it here. It's in the vault. I think I got it here. Galahorn, Thunderlord, Volcaster. There we are. There we are. You see, I can't really lock it. I can lock every one of these just in case, because I've not locked them before. I remember Sekopupu, our community member from Finland, doing a session with me, and then just, by error, he deleted one of those very, very important weapons that he had to grind for quite some time. And then in this game, you can't really buy it off someone. compared to the sequel. So that's very annoying. And the best way to prevent it is just by locking, and make sure all the exotics have got to be locked at all times. And then it's locked. Yeah. And then, you know, by error, if you click on delete, it'll tell you that you can't delete. It's just going to be properly locked. So that's, you know, what I love about Destiny is it's a game that's methodically planned, and all the sections require a system. So you've got to be methodical, you've got to be systematic, and you've got to have your own drill on how you are going to be doing certain things. Don't forget, in Destiny 1 there are a few activities, but they require a better plan because they're harder to complete. And the activities such as exotic weapon quests, they really are connected to certain ongoings which are randomized in various arenas. So you need to know exactly when the random activity will take place and to stroll up to the point where someone pops up, engage him, and then the exotic quest will unravel, which has been the case for some of these weapons. For the swords, I remember grinding them with several community members over the years. And what was I trying to say actually? So unlike in the sequel, it's much harder to get to certain positions where you are fully armored and fully weaponized in order to complete certain tasks. Right, so that's what I want to say. And it requires maximum team effort. I remember doing it quite a few times with our friends within the Nightfall arena, and then we had some friends who were quite keen on doing Nightfall strikes by themselves. But doing it as a three-piece always helped. But some of those were incredibly difficult, and at times the bosses were also glitched, so it was extremely difficult to eliminate them. And we had obviously a lot of fun. I'm not really a person doing every single game on the hardcore or insanity level, but when you are doing it together with your community, it's really good fun. But upping the level and trying it, you know, with the basics like the story, like difficulty level, and then you bring it to the insanity, and it's really good fun. And don't forget, people will have their expertise and skills and top-notch primary, secondaries, and armor, and then obviously it becomes a lot of fun. One of the best fun activities here is when you do the Crucible with your community, so that you're all competing against one another. And we've done it several times. It was such good fun. It was hilarious because you will have friends chasing each other, trying to eliminate, you know, the opponents by the use of weapons, and then sometimes it backfires, and it was hilarious. So it's like we was trying to eliminate me several times with a sleep stimulant, and can't remember what the sniper was, and it didn't really work because I was able to get him. And considering my extreme poor quality internet in the past, it was just amazing that I've been able to do that. Oh, there we are. Well, we'll do the same. A little bit of dancing. See, and howling. It's very hard to get that one actually. I remember grinding for it. I got just one dance because on in Destiny 2 I have several, so I can just combine them, which are really funny. I remember our friend Matthias doing Michael Jackson style dances up there a little while back, which already have I've got them archived there on my clips, and that was you know, fairly modern and contemporary, and also quite unusual at the time. So it was really good fun. Alright, so I think we are more than ready to let's see whether we get the Be Right Back. Do that again. Let's see this. I want to see what it looks like because we've not tried it yet. Tried to jump on the ship the other day, and guess what? I died, which was expected. Alright, so let's try another layer. Let's see whether that works. Be right back. No, didn't come up. All right, here is going to be Well, I'm happy that it all works, and it works really well. So, the investment is definitely worth it. Excuse me, I'm voice cracking a bit. Bear with me. I'm actually away, technically, on the stream, so I need to go for a drink to get rid of that croaky voice. And I'm back, my friends. As you can see, yeah, it's annoying. I'm not sure that it's to do with my the actual keyboard that I've got or something else. I'm not sure. It's possible, but it really annoys me when I'm typing and then such typos popping up. I need to try out a different keyboard, which is of much higher quality or more expert, just to try it, because sometimes could be Bluetooth connection between the keyboard and the device, because I tested it on various devices and on some it works better than on others for whatever reason. Anyway, what is that we are going to be doing? We'll go to orbit. Well, that's one of the things you'll notice. you always have to go to orbit, you know, to set destination, compared to the director in the sequel, where it's much easier to be examining what to do next. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to do some of the bounties, and that's really going to be ending the stream. I want to test this. What is this? Curious. Ah, we need to do that raid. Okay. Rise of Iron Seaver Heroic. That's here, I think, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, we got everything set up. Light 350. Again, as I said, the strikes in here are more difficult compared to the sequel, and you will have to be setting up your challenge level, which indeed in this case is hard, and you will be getting this. What is going on? Oh, must be my cable. Can't think of anything else. Need to buy a new one, really, that connects my controller, because sometimes it plays up. Yeah, what I try to say is that you will get mission modifiers. I mean, depends on the preference. Destiny 1 does not provide you with a multitude of activities, and the difficulty levels are certainly much higher than in the sequel. In the sequel, you can be adjusted the difficulty level, but a lot of people said they enjoyed the hardship, the grinds, the need to be doing it together with others, and I think I agree. But at the end of the day, the reason we've got two games is they provide different opportunities for everyone. So if you prefer that style of gaming, go to the original. The fact is there are some members of our community that are just not keen on the sequel, are still not playing it, and I know for certain that some were just not happy with the change, and they quite enjoyed the difficulties as experienced and the hardships here in various activities. They'd always come back to it. Anyway, let's just have a look at the Sievers and what we need to be doing. So, the next thing is enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. Special weapon damage is favored. Guardian shields increase but not replenish. Players deal with more damage while in the air. Okay, so we jump and then we are going to be able to retain that degree of power. Will be more deadly for the enemies. Anyway, lunch. I was pleased to see that the matchmaking still worked really well for the strikes. Doesn't work too well for the Crucible. Takes a bit of time, and then also people not properly matched. So what's everyone doing today? We have really a bit of a drizzly, bit of a cloudy type of day here. It's very warm, so I think we probably are like to be getting some rain later. I live in the suburbs of London, so nature reserve nearby, which I enjoy tremendously. Therefore we are sometimes a bit more humid, a bit more damp than other areas of our county of Hertfordshire. So there you are. And oh, taking a bit of time really evaluating Guardians. Never mind, we'll get there. And also I'm curious to hear what people are playing at the moment, you know. That's the big thing for me. I'm wondering what are people playing at the moment, because we have very many interesting games up and
The
about.
Vex have restarted their world-eating machine in a bid to restore their Nexus. In time, Venus will be consumed.
And listen to this. Scouts report that the Vex have upgraded the Nexus mine with tech from the Vault of Glass.
Do you need something, Cade?
No, just here to support my favorite Guardian.
I'm sure. Let's take that Nexus mine apart.
Looks like I'm starting out all by myself, right?
Hold on. I'm reading massive numbers of Taken. It's an invasion. Usually all you see out here is Vex.
Cade, why are you here? The truth.
Oh, it's too far.
Ikora, I'm hurt. I haven't seen you in the Guardian in a while, that's all. Let's get these taken.
ammunition. Yeah, you could tell there. It's on a much harder difficulty level. That's good. It's fortunate. Didn't think I was going to be able to do it so easily. There you are. Well, that looks quite good. I'm happy. I think we resolved all the problems of the world here by doing about this. What's good about Imago Loop is that it's quite precise. You know, I've not played some of these SIVA strikes for some time, and I forgot how difficult they can be. If you're doing obviously all of them by yourself, because for whatever reason the matchmaking is not giving us anyone, I guess maybe because not many people are doing it. Hard to tell, but look at this. This is what we wanted. It's also much harder to pick up ammunition in the original. Oh, look at them. So does it. Dark Drinker is a wonderful exotic that you need to work for, and lots of people did say that the Falling Guillotine is not really as good. It's a substitute because it's got that rotating slice, and you know, so you could see it really destroys everyone. Oh, I haven't got. Hang on, look at this. Look at that. Because I remember Matthias showing me this weapon initially for the first time, and I thought, my goodness, that's so powerful, and indeed it is. It makes it a lot more superior compared to everyone else. Kind of respawn, so we better carry on, right? Because they'll just keep coming. Forgot about that. Well, if you want to be mastering, you know, your fighting abilities when you go against the Vex, what you can do is, watch this, you can aim for that milk spot. See that? Kill if you aim for that milk spot. Just a tip, really. Anyway, they'll keep coming. I keep forgetting about this. I need to go in here. Oh no, no heavy ammunition. Need to pick up some. Forgot about it. That's what happens when you stream, you know, you think of all other things and you forget about some of the basic necessities, the essentials. I need some extra heavy ammunition. Where's he gone? Where is he gone? Oh, come on, I wasted my super now. No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's gonna work. That's gonna work. Come on. Just push forward. No, it's not here. It's down there. Well. Okay.
Remember when the scholars said the Taken wouldn't be any trouble once we killed the king? Maybe they should grab a weapon and come out here.
Their leadership has filtered downward. Take out the captain's guardian.
Well, this bit here can be very difficult. Oh no, oh, got it. That's so annoying. Well, as you could see, it's punishing. Which means you need to start from the beginning.
I'm reading massive numbers of Taken. It's an invasion. Usually all you see out here is Vex.
Cade, why are you here? True.
Ikora, I'm hurt. I haven't seen you and the Guardian in a while, that's all. Let's get these taken.
I thought I've seen somebody else coming in here, and then they disappeared. Because obviously the strikes are really created for a proper community activity, with a minimum of 3 people to be in here. Not to be played solo. I mean, it's not the same fun really either. Certainly for myself it isn't. See what the Sikapuku's then, if he wants to join us just to try. But he's not played Destiny 1 for a while, so I'm not sure whether he's got his PlayStation set up. Milk spot, right? Well, I'm out of ammunition, which is annoying. Those guys there are quite difficult. I need my dark drinker fully loaded. I'll just put this on. Just bear with me a second.
Remember when the scholars said the Taken wouldn't be any trouble once we killed the king? Maybe they should grab a weapon and come out here.
Their leadership has filtered downward. Take out the captain's guardian.
Let's see whether it will work. Bear with me. Okay, so that's fine. I think that is popping up on our stream. Let me see. how big it is. Yeah, it's reasonable. But no, it's smaller than... Oh no, it's... Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Now I'm just testing my secondary display to make sure that the picture is as good as it should be. Okay. Can't believe no one's joining us, you know. Is it really the case that nobody at all is actually playing Destiny anymore? Because, you know, with Sealers, if you get killed, you can start from the beginning. In the sequel, we have infinite primary ammunition. That's not the case in here. You see how useful that secondary is in here, because you're being attacked from all sides, and there are lots of enemies in here. Nearly got killed. See that? Oh, look at that. Got that completed, so that's good. Oh, we got 2 completed. Strange coins. Light of light. Oh, finally someone coming in. Thanks goodness for that. Oh, that's good. This is a veteran, so that's cool. See how everything works when you're together with someone. Easier, but I haven't got any more ammunition for my dark drinker, which is annoying. Oh yeah, we got some of it there. Finally, he's gone. Boo. Okay.
Taken have been aimless since their king's demise. For them to concentrate their forces here means they understand the value of the Nexus Mind.
If they've taken it, we can still blow it up.
There we are, that's what I wanted. Okay. Where's our friend? Forgot where I had to go
I'm
really.
reading a massive barrier ahead.
Cade, I appreciate the support, but don't you have other responsibilities?
Look, current situation aside, the Guardians have things handled. Doesn't leave a lot for the Hunter Vanguard to do.
If you're bored, the Warlock Halls could always use a once-over with a mop.
What was that? You're breaking up.
Where did I go now? It's wrong. Can't go in there. It's glitched, I can't really see where I need to be going. Really bizarre. I forgot it, I've not played it for a long while, so I really a bit out of the loop. can't seem to be able to find it for some reason. I don't know what's going on. See how it works really with the milk spot. So where is he? Yeah, this is actually quite enjoyable. I remember it now. I've not played it for a while, but definitely an activity that does need other participants. So you can see, obviously it's the two of us, but still, we would have been better off with the third member in there as well. Okay, so we need to get this other orb, or moat, whatever it's called. Where is it?
That barrier would have taken considerable resources to power. I think they're scared.
Yeah, he's got it. Okay, fine.
Validate that fear, Guardian.
All done. That's pretty good.
My stomach drops whenever you make a jump like this. And I don't even have a stomach. Funny how that works.
Oh well, I will need a different weapon for this.
Looks like the Taken got to the Nexus mine first.
Doesn't change the plan.
That's good, at least that worked. Oh, I got... That's annoying. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh yeah, that's good. Somebody else joined us. Okay.
It's been fun, but I've got a legion of hunters to oversee, which is less fun than it sounds. I think they think I'm too hands-on.
Some of them just don't like you.
Wait, what?
You've done well, Guardian. For the time being, Venus continues to turn, despite our enemy's best efforts.
Treasure pack. That's good. Okie dokie. So that was a Siva heroic strike, and that worked really well. I think I watched everything here on the stream on the second display. The chat worked and everything was fine. So let's go see what. Yeah, that's right. Alright, so let me think. We need to go back to the tower. You see, the thing here is the tower to do your admin, to collect engram things, and it's different to the sequel, but at the same time it's very enjoyable. I really loved it. I forgot about that top deck entrance. I've not played it for a while, but you know, for avid gamers, I played God knows so many games in between, and being a Destiny hardcore fan, because there are so many different activities, it's very easy to forget sometimes some bits and pieces, and you know, I can be forgiven for this, I hope. I know that some gamers will not forgive me, but there you are. What we do want to do is we just want to wrap up with the bounties and the engrams and the admin, so we'll do a bit of a clean-up. Well, this is the final test stream, really. I think so far things have worked reasonably well. You can see we still have some people coming here and doing the admins. How many? 1, 2, I think it was about 20, 24, 26 that were live previously. So let me see whether we had completed anything else there. Oh, we did. Oh, that's good. Strange coins, and we're going up. Vanguard and Future War Cult. Okay. It's a weekly one, so Elite Bounty. Melee attacks. We probably could clean up with another. Okay. Just to keep ourselves busy.
Let's see what we have then.
So this engram.
Not many of those left, even in our vaults. Very fine.
Yeah, these ones are not particularly useful, so I can really get rid of all of that straight away. Remember to do your admin always immediately, because if you're not doing it, then you'll just amalgamate a whole lot of Titan. Okay. No. Oops, the artifact. Just a minute. No, that's not very useful. Anything that's green, blue, that, you know, we get rid of, and we'll keep just all the other ones, legendaries and exotics. Yes, I just realized that in Destiny 1 I've used Night Stalker, which is Void, and Gunstinger, which is Solar, most of the times, and I've not been using Blade Dancer as much, so I think probably a good idea for me to do that. Right, so let's see. Fast switch. Razor's Edge. Oh, I see. Okay, we need to keep using this. Okay. Alright, why not? What else did we pick up? Another shell, which is not useful. Alright. Just remember to keep yourself always busy and occupied. That is important.
Stay safe.
Coyote's Luck. Look at that.
Uh-huh.
Raku Poltergeist. Let me see
I hope
what
you'll get
this
some
is.
rest.
Curious about that Raku. 390. Okay. That's quite good, isn't it? Solar Catalyst. Increasing intellect. Yeah, it's just reminded of the fact that it does take a bit of time to be infusing, and you need to have all the materials collected, so it's grindy, but it makes it more difficult for you to complete certain tasks, which makes it more interesting for people who are hardcore gamers. Okay, so that's fine. So that's sorted. I guess we can just jump in, can't we? What else would we get there, if anything?
Ready to serve.
Armor shader bright laurel. I need to delete this really.
Have a nice day.
And you too, my friend Katie. Have a nice day. Okay, we're not picking up any more bounties. We just want to polish off and then we'll end this test stream. I think things worked out well. I'm happy with what I've seen. Very happy with the overlays and all this. But don't forget, once I finish the stream, I will need to be watching all of this just to make sure that everything was on an even keel. Okay. So, back to orbit. You just gave me some quests. Let's see whether I've got anything SIVA related still left. Not sure whether I do or not. Have a look. Progress. Let's see. Future War Cult. Ah, Crucible. Okay. This Corrupted Land. Age of Triumph. Ah, Arc Blade. Okay. That's probably what we can do. Hang on. We'll put another blade on, which is Boltcaster. Don't need that legendary marks. Okay. Ah, it doesn't matter. We can try. Where's it now? Yeah, Boltcaster. Need more materials for infusing it, and then see inventory. Spin metal. Passage coin, worm's paw. It's reputation. Acid judgment. Raid. Keep that. 55 of these. Once you are in combat. So remember, I keep forgetting this sometimes, but Splicer key we've got. Argonaut rune. Treasure key. Hang on a minute, did I not get some yeah, I did get a treasure pack, that's right. Chromatic Jackalite. Okay. What was the other one? I just missed it. Okay. Equipment. Phantasm. Future War Cult one. That's what I've been using. Okay, they're similar to what we got in the sequel. Nothing too exciting. Right, so these are the weapons. Yeah, okay, good. It's probably all we wanted. Back to the Vanguard, back to the Seavers. Just hope that we'll be able to get somebody to join us. As I've not streamed Destiny 1 for a while, Twitch algorithms are not picking me up, you know, so I remember previously I'd be always #1, so people coming to Destiny that could see this channel, but you know, we'll get to it as we carry on. We'll test Destiny 2 shortly, once I finish this, and then I'll compare the two, see what the picture's like, and you know, the usual niceties of what we do here. So far so good, I think. I'm so happy to see that this internet connection is working properly. That's of huge assistance. Honestly, it's very major. We had such a good channel with so many comms and so many connections, but the picture quality was poor. I think we are really getting somewhere with this. And I'm sure that the Xbox guys are going to be sorting out that Twitch problem, because we'll be able to stream from Xbox as well. And the vast majority of our, not the vast majority, almost every one of our Destiny 1 community members is on PlayStation. So because this game is not cross-platform.
Funny story for you. Remember
Compared
that
to the
Centurion
original.
Oryx took right after you landed on the Dreadnought? Then the Centurion and the Taken Ogre tried to stop you from killing the king? Didn't work. So the Centurion's Bond brothers are pretty angry they lost their commander. They're leading a team to blow the Dreadnought's core. Core goes, most of the system goes with it. You're gonna make sure that doesn't happen.
Cade, why do you think they crashed their ship into the Dreadnought? Those are extreme tactics for the Cabal.
The Vanguard intercepted a signal, a message from the Cabal from way outside the solar system. A direct order to crash the ship, use it as a beachhead, and take out the king. Now that's loyalty.
Bear with me, I just want to test the donations link. Why did it not register? The question is, hang on. Let's see whether it will work this time. Come on, doesn't want to. Look at this. I apologize for this, but I'm trying to work this out. Okay, so let's see. I don't seem to be able to do that for some reason, don't know why. No. No, it's not working. It's not working. What is going on? Ah, that's my fault actually for what's happened. I apologize for this, but I'm testing my donations here and they don't seem to be providing me with the desired outcome. It's not giving me this for some reason, I don't know why. Well, this is not really working, I'm afraid. This is not working. Okay, I need to try it on a different system, see whether it will work. I'm not sure why it doesn't want to copy. getting somewhere finally. Right, so I apologize for this. In fact, I should have done something else. I should have given you this particular overlay, but I'm still, getting to grips with this, and therefore I've not put it on. So, I apologize for that, but it will work if I copied it from here. Oh, it will work. Okay. Ugh. What is going on? Alright my friends, I'm just double checking to see whether all of this would work, and actually it does work, but it's very fidgety, I've got to say, and I need to work out a system to which will in an easier fashion, because this is causing a major headache. Okay. Well, the purpose of this test stream is exactly to be testing everything, right? That's exactly what we are doing. The test stream is not going to remain on Twitch or YouTube. It's simply for the purpose of being able to work out how the equipment is going to be giving us rewards and everything that we planned for. Okay, so we are going to go to COS and complete this. Okay. It's annoying because I had already 2 buddies there in that strike, but due to me trying to work out everything charity donations related, I was booted out. The servers here are quite merciless, and unlike in Destiny 2 where you can be waiting there for a while, in the original game you are going to be kicked out more or less straight away. So alright, so that's looking good. All of that is working reasonably well. I think I need to work out a system for which we are going to have these donations automated, because I can just press the button and they'll pop up, you know, so that will be of greater assistance. But we work this out, because obviously I'm integrating several platforms which are streaming to Twitch, or they're connected to Twitch, and that means I need to be simply looking at the options which the original company provides. I've not looked it up yet. I've done everything through Stream Elements and Lightstream, but I think there have been some adjustments on Twitch as well, so that's the next step. I'll do that today. We'll try Destiny 2 shortly to see whether it works and you know what the picture quality is and all else. I'm quite curious.
The would-be Prince Malak works to perfect a dark sorcery. He must be destroyed.
Anybody home? The door is sealed with runes. Let's get to work.
Sorry about that, I suddenly disconnected the sound. Just be careful, because I keep forgetting that if I get killed, I'll have to start everything from the very beginning. Where's the inventory? Special ammunition, come on. There you are. Sandman's here. Hello Sandman, how are you doing? Thanks very much for joining us. And this is just a test stream. I have been working on the new system for my channel, and as you could see with the overlays and everything else, we've got lots of interesting novelties. Most importantly, we have everything enabled for our charity streams. So that's really what I'm testing today. It's actually the final test. I'm testing Destiny 1 first, and then afterwards I'll test Destiny 2 just to see that everything is as it should be. And after that we'll resort to the usual stream. So how are you? How's everything? You playing Destiny 2, Destiny 1, Apex, Warzone, any other? Redfall maybe? And tell me whatever is... there we are. We haven't got anyone. Sandman's here, and Sandman tells us, I'm good, thank you, and what charity do you support? Well, I talked earlier about the charities that this channel will be supporting, and that includes Mind UK, which is a mental health charity, Autistic Society UK, which is autism. Then we'll be supporting National Society for Epilepsy Scotland, or it's called Epilepsy Scotland. And then we'll have Shelter, which is our charity supporting and supporting people who are experiencing or they're threatening homelessness and on its prevention. So it's, you know, plenty of charities to support really. And we'll start with Mind. It's been fully set up with everything. And that is going to be definitely, you know, quite interesting, because Tiltify, they created a system through which you have milestones, and then every time somebody reaches a milestone, either with a small contribution or major donation, first of all you will go through a poll that is going to determine what the reward is to be, and the reward usually is some sort of, say you reach a milestone of £50, and which is a charitable donation, and then the poll asks you like what sort of gear should we be using when we are doing SEAL strikes, and there are options in there like the primaries and secondaries and armor. So then the participants can use that in order to decide, and then we have a community stream, but this is being fully integrated, you know. And in addition to that, we'll have rewards for people who are contributing. Those will be agreed with our community members, and they'll be provided. So it's quite a selection of different options. But what I quite like is it's massively enhanced compared to the way things used to be with these donations. And one can support multiple campaigns, and one can also have all these nice things added on to the actual donation process, which makes it very gamer focused and very sort of community interactive. People like answering questions, people like deciding what will be done in the community streams, and every milestone once reached will have community stream as a reward literally for everyone, not just for the people who contributed, but for all the members of the community. So I really like the idea. I think it's really absolutely wonderful for that to be made accessible. And I mean, what better way to raise public awareness on, you know, the needs that our people have in the present day and age, but through gaming. 4 billion people are gaming at the moment. You know, 4 billion people, and the numbers have been increasing exponentially during the pandemic. I was running an anti-COVID group in here, and very many people who have participated had a lot of fun, and we streamed Destiny and Warzone, sometimes Apex, but actually Warzone attracted probably the greatest number of participants, and we had regular daily COVID support streams lasting for like 4 to 5 hours. So nobody felt alone, you know. Fully supported and fully engaged with our community, and every one of those members was actually stranded at home, otherwise could have felt very alienated and separate from everyone. And you know, the streams were run literally throughout the first 18 to 20 months of the pandemic, so that was really great. And just bear with me, I'm still focusing on the stream as well, because I'm, you know, I've not been streaming of late, and I've been working on the channel now for some time, so therefore I need to really get up to speed on all levels, from broadcasting through talking to my community members and doing the tech, because I have several gadgets and devices attached to the stream now that make it possible for people to see you know, all these nice things that we've got fully displayed. Let me see what our friend says. Simon says, I'm part of a church and we have families that are having a tough time due to the increase of living costs. Can I just ask you, you are based in the UK or are you in the US or elsewhere? Had also had some involvement with our local church attached to them where I live. I mean, what's really remarkable is that due to the cost of living, Britain is, the churches have opened the doors every single day to people who are mature, like pensioners, and this was done in order for them to spend the day 9 to 5, 9 to 6. Bear with me a second. To spend time in those places which are warm, and they will not need to be spending the energy at home with the electricity and, you know, everything else. And that's really truly remarkable. So lots of people were and still are attending those sessions which are run in various community halls, and it's of a tremendous benefit to everyone. It's wonderful. Oh, you Northern Ireland? Oh, right. Hello. Where about are you? You're in Belfast? County Antrim? Londonderry? I have a dedicated Northern Irish community member, Ryan. He's also a streamer, and he's from Belfast. I've not seen much of him since he got married, you know, and I guess the married life became very much of his priority. But he was streaming Rainbow Six and Warzone and Destiny, and, you know, lots and lots of fun. Ryan, if you're watching, if you are there, just let's hook up again. Not seen or heard from you for quite some time. Well, you know, churches provide tremendous support still, and in my local area, I mean, I'm well connected to the church, which is very nearby, but also to other activities that are run in our local churches, not in my immediate area, because I think it is so important for people to feel supported, as we're facing so many hardships financially and otherwise, you know, just... Well, you know, my community here is truly global. I have people from every corner of the planet, and I always ask people, you know, where they are located for that reason, because sometimes the issues that are concerning, you know, some people living in Denmark or Sweden, quite significantly different to those in Greece or Croatia, and also compared to us or the US. But everyone's experiencing that degree of difficulty, and therefore my channel, not just now, but always since its initiation, has been dedicated, first of all, supporting those ones and me working on the plans, you know, and structure and eliminate the causes of those problems. And our friend Simon says, I'm going to try and start up a mental health support group in my church. Important. it's extremely important because I talked actually on my test stream yesterday. I just can't believe that in the present day and age there's so much stigma and prejudice still attached to mental illness or emotional disorders or difficulties. And you'll find that in many communities people get really ostracized and they face prejudice. One of the first things that is very strongly experienced everywhere is the difficulty in accessing housing. And so think about it. I'm supporting Mind and Shelter, and there's two charities that actually provide services for those two things together. And it's truly dreadful that people are facing these prejudices. And it's the usual nonsense. If somebody's suffering from depression, he's just lazy. If somebody's suffering from psychotic illness, well, it's because they were using drugs, and these people have never actually seen or heard of drugs. So it's ridiculous. And also the fact is that because we're living in very sort of testing times, not just our government, but the governments around the world have got other priority expenditures, and therefore there isn't enough money invested in such services, the support services for people with mental problems. And that itself results in lots of tragedies. It's ridiculous, and I sort of fight against that as much as I can, being a senior mental health professional myself, and I just find it absolutely dreadful. Our friend says, because I suffer from anxiety and depression, and in my area there isn't really much support, and I'm coming out of the other end. Well, I can certainly tell you, I did run very many group sessions, like group therapy, and I also was involved with various other forms of social therapies based in therapeutic communities and other facilities. So I'm very experienced and very knowledgeable on ins and outs of that sort of support. But I can certainly tell you that running therapeutic groups is immensely supportive. And don't forget, running therapeutic groups today can be done locally at the church, or it can be done virtually online. It's always the best to try it in your local area first to get the flavor of how everything works, because with global communities people come in with all sorts of issues, which sometimes are also based on their immediate environment. But it provides a fantastic opportunity, like for instance what I've done with COVID, where people can come in. We actually did have, I just remembered, we did have people coming in and playing Warzone with us who were suffering from COVID. I mean, just think how incredibly important that was for them. They could just enjoy the gameplay, join forces with the rest of us, both with the viewers and the gamers, and feel less anxious by the fact that they were, having it before the vaccine was easily available. So, tremendous benefit.
Empowering it at his command.
Our friend says,
now we know.
Our friend says, I used to drink a lot and take drugs. A friend invited me to church and giving my life to Jesus, and I'm clean about 13 months now. Well, that's a very, very good news. It's fantastic that somebody pointed you in the right direction. So glad to hear that indeed you were able to first of all get to a better frame of mind and then feel supported. And before our charities were established and before we had the major kind of statutory support, it was actually church that helped people the most for many centuries, and I'm pleased to see that some of that support is still in existence today. I think generally the whole idea of what church represents has changed very sizably over the last few decades, probably since the Second World War, and with all the changes applied elsewhere. But its significance is still very much present, and it shouldn't be forgotten. And also purely in terms of the support, being supported. Well, if somebody feels alone or feels under the weather, having any form of support helps, but having it in an organized fashion within a support network. You just reminded me that in my local church there are regular support groups for people who had suffered from substance-related problems, and it's very busy, and it's attended by many people, and it's regular. I'm not sure how many times a week, but I think a few times a week. And people's lives have been improved and people have gone back to the way they used to be. So absolutely, therapeutic groups are very, very, very important, and I think generally should be always seen as the first port of call, you know, because talking individually is extremely rewarding, but it does have a different impact.
Twists, shapes. The average thrall does not live long enough to see its frame reformed.
Well, I'm glad that you joined us today, sir. Really appreciate it. And this is just a test stream. I'm testing my new equipment. I'm testing also whether everything works as it should, particularly with the donations and, you know, all other things, because this is new. It's fully integrated within the stream. As you can see, we have overlays and we have everything there. And previously the stream was entirely focused on the community and our chat and all that we did live, but I decided to integrate it because there are many benefits really from that, and I'm certain we'll have really a very vibrant, very lively community. About 500 people who are Destiny members, and then I have probably as many that are attached to Warzone and Apex, probably even a few more. But Destiny's been the backbone of this community right from the beginning, you know, so I just want to ask you, sir, because obviously you are the first viewer who's interacting with me on the new stream, or what should I say, the new platform that I'm using. So if you could just tell me a bit, if you could provide us with a bit of feedback on the technical quality of the sound, of the picture, of the overlays, of what you can see on Twitch, because I'm watching it on my display here, but it's fairly small, and I'm quite curious to see whether it works. Is there any buffering, any technical issues, or anything else? Be very, very, very grateful for any feedback, because this was just like the final test stream before I go fully live, and you know, your feedback will be incredibly valuable. I see everything on my display here. It seems to be fine. It is just like working perfectly. I had some problems with donation tips and links, and I need to rework out maybe how to automate them, because obviously when talking to various participants and doing strikes, I won't be able to, you know, conduct this on the chat, but I'll come up with a system. But I'm just curious about the picture quality, the sound, and, you know, all else, because I've got everything new. So it's the new internet and the new setup. You asked me about the platforms. Well, I stream on consoles, so it's both PlayStation and Xbox, and the stream quality is generally quite good on both of them with the new setup. The only problem with Xbox is they integrated their Twitch app to the Xbox menu, so it's similar to what I had with the Nix app, and unfortunately that integration has not been properly worked through, and there are very significant problems with audio quality, so it's constantly cutting out and it's completely inaudible. So I will not be able to stream on Xbox in full, you know, on a regular basis before they resolve this problem, and they are not really resolving this yet. Our friends saying everything is really good, no buffering or delays, and sound is good, display is good, and the graphics are, oh, that's very good, that's very rewarding. If you were to look at my YouTube channel, which is Daniel D. Miller Gaming Channel, you would find that the picture quality is very bad, and this was due to the very poor internet connection that we have here. But you know, at the end of the day, it's like that for very many streamers and gamers in the UK, because we've not been upgrading our network for fibre. And there's very few people in the UK, less than 8% will have access to fibre, less than 2% access to full fibre. And really for the new consoles, you know, for PlayStation 5 and also for Xbox Series S and X, it's critical that the faster speeds are available because they're quite taxing on the bandwidth and they don't perform too well without it. They'll work alright if you are going to be just playing games, but for the streamers it's a serious issue, you know. I'm very grateful for your feedback, which means that actually my investment was not in vain. You know, I did spend quite a bit of revenue on upgrading everything, and I'm very grateful to hear that it's looking and sounding really good. And also the audio quality is quite good, isn't it? It's not really cutting out, because there weren't any problems with PlayStation on the audio quality front. It was just with Xbox. Xbox was causing all the problems. And it's just, you know, it's the kind of problem you cannot resolve. It's to do with something that had integrated. So our friend says, I don't have a console at present. I'm trying to get Series or Series X. Well, I can certainly recommend you CX. You know, CX. I think you'll have some of the shops in Northern Ireland as well. They sell second-hand equipment, but sometimes you get really almost brand new consoles and you know, devices, and you will get them on a good price. I've seen that they're offering presently Xbox series, it's Xbox One and Xbox X and S, on the prices varying from about £90 to about 120, 140 maybe for Xbox One X. So I think if you find that the Series X and S are a bit too pricey, you still can go with them, and you know, they're very, very good piece of equipment. And I'd say Xbox Series X, Xbox One X, it's a bit confusing, isn't it, is a terrific console. It really has a very, very good picture quality, and you know, everything is top notch. Obviously the latest one is superior, and the superiority you'll find immediately is in its speed. It has a very, very fast processor. So for instance, if you are playing certain games that require speed, like the PvP games, I don't know, Call of Duty Warzone, Apex, etc., if you have fiber and you have latest console, you are very, very fast. The older console does have a bit of latency, but still, you know, it works fine. It'll be dependent on the internet speed. I think the if you find that the new consoles, the latest ones, are too expensive, you know, you'll do with Xbox One X well. PlayStation 4 is, I guess, inferior in terms of its capabilities. When you look at PlayStation 5, this is a fantastic console, and you know, everything is tipped up really, so it can't be easily compared with all the other ones. Our friend's saying, just bear with me, I'm caught up in a corner, I need to get away from now, I get killed all the time, so see what you like. Going to the wrong spot. Just bear with me, I'll answer very shortly. I don't have any of these. Hang on. That's so annoying. Forgot how hard it is to be doing the strikes and running a stream. Well, I'll get back in the swing of things. Yeah, I just want to tell you something about what you mentioned in there. Just bear with me, I need to... I'm trying to stay alive in there. That's the... Oh, he's nearly gone. Okay. Shouldn't die. We are nearly... Ah, I shouldn't have said it twice, should I? Our friend's saying that doesn't YouTube offer low quality streams? Well, it's actually quite tricky altogether, and I'll tell you in a moment as to why that is. bear with me, we need to re-eliminate this monster because we're nearly there. Stuck in there, look at this. So what's happening to the boss? The boss needs to go, come on. That's so annoying, you see that? Yeah, I'll respond to what you've written very shortly, just bear with me, we'll probably be done and dusted with this very shortly because that boss is just about to die. I forgot I wasn't really having Dark Drinker. He's still alive after all of that. Oh, now finally he's gone. Thanks goodness for that.
Malak's power over the Blight was impressive. You are a credit to the Tower, Guardian.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Did she just compliment us?
I don't have a skeleton key. Right, no worries. We'll bounce a bit there. So friends, we've got legendary marks as well, so that's good. We'll go to orbit so we can talk to our friend from Northern Ireland. And yeah, I guess I can go to the tower, otherwise the server's gonna boot me out, which is what happens frequently. I can walk about there. Right, so what I want to tell you, sir, is you asking about YouTube and versus Twitch and all other platforms. Well, it's like this. If you are on Twitch and if you're streaming, then you will have to sort of pass certain thresholds. You will need to become an affiliate first and then a partner. So for the affiliates, what they do is if you have a high quality console, like for instance the Xbox Series S or X, they will actually downgrade the stream when you're streaming to Twitch, you know, because of the cost and bandwidth and everything else. So although you're streaming on, let's say, 1080 and 60 FPS, Twitch will downgrade it because of the way the systems work. If you're a partner, which means you are monetizing the channel and you can have the ads, which will obviously bring the revenue to the company, then they'll provide it within 1080 capabilities. With YouTube, I'm not exactly sure. I think it's a similar sort of situation in terms of what they leave on display, because sometimes when you upload videos, you can see that they are downgraded if you are on the free plan, right? For the subscription plans, you will have some other options. I did see that some other people, when I watched their streams live, were absolutely razor sharp, and then when uploaded, but you know, the difference is not that significant. I guess downgrading from 1080 to 720 can be seen, but you know, or if people watch the stream on a telephone, the smartphone, or indeed they're watching it on older gen TVs, then they won't be able to notice the difference. It's all about how recent the equipment is when one's watching this. I guess the biggest thing for the streamers and for the gamers is the question of 30, 60 and 120 FPS. You know, the actual placidity of the movements and everything. And our friend is also saying that before I joined your stream, I was with another streamer playing Destiny 1, and graphics weren't as good as yours, and the stream quality is better. Well, that's incredibly good to hear, because I had serious problems with picture quality due to my broadband connection. I couldn't have fiber, you know, I have a broadband, and I've been battling it for like 5 or 6 years, really, trying to get it to our local area, and you know, they just wouldn't provide fiber, and still don't want to provide fiber. We live in the town centre, and you know, all the amenities, all the facilities are literally around me. They don't want to do the infrastructure. But the solution to this, which had popped up very recently, is 5G fast broadband router, which is giving you the broadband, which is very fast as I guess medium range fiber, from 5G network. So you don't need to have wire connection. It's brand new, actually. The my provider EE had recommended this, and it was just by chance that I was being directed to, well, it's a new product, so obviously they were quite interested, and it is providing this sort of quality. It's still not perfect, but I think it may be down to some other issues, not the speed itself, if you know what I mean. It may be to do with the consoles and the way they do streaming, because if I had my stream connected to a PC, I think the picture quality would be even better, because the stream is very good. It's like 30 upload compared to 1 upload that I did have before, and the download here varies from, let's say, 190, 100 downloads to about 230 at night. Obviously the signal's airborne. I don't have 5G network in the local area, I have only 4G, so on 4G getting that is pretty good. On 5G, which we will have within the next few months, I'll probably be getting much better speeds with better quality and everything else. And I think 5G is more or less imminent because they've given it to all the surrounding towns and villages around where I live, and so hopefully in the city we are the last ones to have it, which is of course ridiculous. And our friend also is saying, I'm waiting on Starfield, which is coming out in September. Well, Starfield is hopefully one of the biggest and the best games that would come out of Bethesda of all times, and they said it should be like Mass Effect meeting Fallout. Whether they will deliver and whether this is going to be as good remains to be seen. I'm hoping that it will be the series similar to Mass Effect and Fallout, because these games are astonishing and obviously had massive longevity. They've been around for many years and still very frequently played, greatly loved, and but we did have a serious mishap with Bethesda of late, albeit they were not the original creators of the game, and the game I'm talking about is Redfall, that really doesn't perform. And there's been so much hype about Bethesda's Redfall, produced by Arcane, and like the game that's fully ready. So I'm hoping that Starfield, which has been under the wraps for about 10 years, and obviously being done by the top people of Bethesda, so they're both the publisher as well as the developer, would have paid a lot more attention to it. But we've seen problems with other developers. We've seen problems with BioWare, for instance, the creators of Mass Effect, where they released Andromeda that didn't seem to be having a good reception, and then some of the concepts were imported to Anthem. That was disastrous. It's probably the biggest disappointment in video gaming altogether. I guess Redfall may be trailing on that lack of success, but the problems that I've seen with Anthem, because I was part of the promotion, I was extremely excited about the game because I've seen some clips and concept art, well before I did enter the open beta and all other things which were offered, and it just seemed to me like amazing. This is going to be Mass Effect within the same interactive concept with characters and dialogue, and then multiplayer up to 4 people with different abilities, different suits, so similar to Destiny, right? Every character will have different abilities. So, and it was just half-baked, It was a hugely ambitious project, and yet again, probably under massive pressure from the investors, they released the game too early. But the game was not performing on any front initially. First of all, for anyone who's a dedicated fan of Mass Effect, they would have seen that there wasn't much dialogue. I mean, you've had the options, but for every character there's like 2 options, and it's like a brief questioning, which wasn't really particularly well written compared to what you've seen previously in the games, like Jade Empire or the Knights of the Old Republic, and obviously Mass Effect trilogy. People complained about Andromeda, but I have to say that the way they worked out the dialogue in Andromeda is extremely good, and in some cases I think at some parts it's perhaps even superior to what we've seen in the trilogy. Anthem backfired completely, so it was simplifying it, and also it was not easy to find where the characters were on your map, because with Mass Effect you'll be always able to see where certain activities are likely to take place, and particularly on the Legendary Edition, which is really a true masterpiece. But Anthem just didn't have any of that. So people finished the game in about 10-12 hours, when in fact I played it because I looked for these characters everywhere. ignore the map, which was not of any assistance and never worked properly. And I played 140 hours on the basic campaign, just on one character. So the game actually has the potential to be very good, and the fighting sequences of Phantom are fantastic, but it just doesn't hold together. It's a bit like pre-beta stage, alpha, I don't know, pre-alpha, where you're still working on it and inventing different concepts and ideas. So Redfall is exactly like that. It does have some technical problems, although they're not major. But for Bethesda to release a game with hundreds of characters, where almost on every second character you have a tab saying talk, so you click on talk and you expect them to be delivering the proper dialogue, like in other games, like Fallout for instance, and what you hear is, "Hi, how are you doing?" And that's the dialogue. I mean, honestly, it's just crazy. And then also the whole city is like Redfall is a city. It's massive, and there's little activity in there. It just seems bizarre in a massive big city, which is beautifully designed. You enter all the buildings, you look at other things, but it also was weird with inventory. You collect an enormous amount of things, and what you're getting is just currency. So the actual inventory is useless. It's not increasing your abilities. It just seemed that's like a shortcut, not wanting to work on the section that is combining the currency with abilities and anything else that people can use them for. But I find it astonishing that you'd invest so much money and time in advertising, and you get a product that feels like 5 different companies worked on it, and they just forgot to look at the script and lost the synopsis in the middle and fired their technical advisory staff or something. Crazy. Our friend says, "Do you have a Destiny 2 clan? Because I used to play on PS4, and if I start playing Destiny 2 on Xbox, I'm going to start with fresh character." I've had very many invitations for different clans. I run a community-based, family-friendly channel. I've not gone into this, and I've not accepted any. So basically, what I do is I will have my own forum, which is basically the forum with friends, and all my friends. And sometimes, friends come and go. Sometimes people will attach themselves to a community, they'll migrate to other games. Frequently, when people depart from a game, they'll also detach from a community. And so there is a turnaround in that respect. But then on the other hand, the people who are within my community, like roughly 500 Destiny gamers, they will always be at hand to step in, to join in, and they will know what the rules and principles here are on the channel. So I've never had any problems whatsoever with my Destiny streams and Destiny gaming. I've heard from other participants that they faced rage and unpleasantries and doing the Crucible and PvP. That's never been the case in here, because the way the channel's been run, and also when you click on chat you get the rules. And I had just one minor incident where a group of kids from Germany were trying to hack into the channel, and they were causing some problems to my community members. All of them immediately identified and then banned for life by Bungie. But the games with the competitive streak, like Apex and Warzone, they, I guess, maybe Halo PvP and the Crucible in here will generate this, but we do the Crucible as part of our community activities, or when you're gathering certain information and building up certain abilities, like with Guardian Games or Iron Banner, but not in order to be generating that level of competition. And I always stress that to all of our new participants. We have competitive gamers participating, but they're not coming to us in order to compete, if you see what I mean. It's just, they're here in order to support others. And the best competitive gamers are not the ones that are dishing out dirt and running smear campaigns. It's just something that is not allowed in here. But what I'm trying to say is the competitive shooters, they are likely to be attracting a greater number of those people, and that is something that we don't want to have here on the channel. And joining a clan and joining a regiment, in fact, I didn't create a regiment. We sort of built it together, myself and another friend who also is an online friend. He was or he is, I should say, a very dedicated Warzone gamer. And then when we created the regiment, and because we were building the, I mean, my community is quite separate from the regiment. You know, the regiment was basically like a clan, a group that can always engage with any of the participants in order to avoid, you know, random matchmaking. But then, because other people who were administering it were not careful enough, they were allowing some of the people to come in who were competitive gamers and who would come across as quite abrasive. I mean, no one did anything outrageous, but it was just the elements of you know, I want to win, I need to win. Why are you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Why did you? Why? It's just, we do it for fun, and we do it to support the good causes, and most importantly, to communicate and to make people feel less lonely. And I think, really, from my personal experience, as somebody, you know, who's worked in mental health for many years and run various groups and clinics and individual sessions and all sorts, I find it absolutely astonishing. It's astonishing what capabilities, capacities, and opportunities online gaming provides. I've got to say, I've been also quite astonished by what Tiltify did, because I did look into this a few years back, and it was not as well developed. And having the whole concept in place, where you are running a campaign, like I'll be running the campaign for Mind UK, right? I know lots of people who work for Mind and you know, and well connected to the charity, not just within this forum. So it's the charity that I would consider to be probably the biggest and the most important for people who are asking for some degree of professional support in order to enhance their mental health. Because the local community-based services in hospitals, they've been depleted, and you could see the government is not investing enough, and there are many problems within. I mean, people are trying the best, you know, they're trying the hardest to provide support, but if there aren't resources, either in terms of the finance or human resources, then what do you do? So Mind is definitely one of those that has many settings countrywide, and they're run by professionals and volunteers, and all the volunteers are generally fairly well trained, or you have people who are training to become counselors, like therapists, or, you know, within the field, and they will be doing that work as part of their training or as a part of their, you know, experience. And some people do it for life, you know. They will just love the engagement and the fact they can make such connections with the community members who are less fortunate than the rest of us. And coming back to it, what was I trying to say? Yeah, Tiltify had created a system which is very kind of gamer based, and it's kind of set within the gamer mindset, because people like answering polls, people like doing, you know, mini competitions, then throwing in rewards, and it's part and parcel of this. So if you're doing a competition with Apex, doing like ranked matches, or if you are doing, let's say, Guardian games in Destiny, you blend in the concept, you know, with the donations. People, perhaps even those people who are not that familiar with the charity, may want to contribute, you know, a few pounds here and there in order to get to the poll, to get to the threshold, and then become a full member of the actual community-run session. You follow me? So it's like you reach a threshold, what we're going to be wearing in the raid, you know, or what we're going to be using for the raid, and then become an active participant, and then you throw in a podcast or community session with your own participants, and it's just, you know, it's all kind of tying in things together. You're supporting the community, you're supporting a charity that is helping those less fortunate in the community, but yet you are engaging with your own community of gamers. It's really, I'm really fascinated by it, you know. And our friend says, yeah, you just said about the Destiny starting fresh character. You know, with Destiny 2, I think it's always a good idea to create all three characters, like, right at the beginning or within the first few months. But then you will choose your favorite character, and considering the multitude of options that you have within a game, you play that main character at most times. But you can also leave other characters for trying out different things, you know, or revisiting certain activities, like, for instance, the campaign or anything else. I mean, you know, some of the hardcore gamers in Destiny, they'll say they'll have like a full selection of characters. They'll master every one of them. They'll know who the, and they will be in possession of the knowledge, particularly for raiding. you know, because they get people together and they want everyone, like 2 titans, 2 hunters, 2 warlocks, or whatever, and then they will be quite familiar with the special abilities and skills, and you know, depends on how people want to do it. I played on Destiny 2 primarily Warlock and Hunter. Warlock initially, and then Hunter ever since I think the 2nd year. I've not played Titan at all. I left Titan for revisiting and redoing certain missions, because recently they've introduced in Destiny 2 the replayability, but for several years we couldn't actually replay campaign missions, which for streamers, you know, an issue, and so that was the idea. I left that character open. I mean, created but not played, in order to be able to revisit different bits and pieces. And our friend's asking, would you do raids and PvE activities? I'm not competitive, I just play for fun. Well, I've not been doing raids because of the competitiveness or competitive element of it. I had participated in raids. There were a few which were on my stream, but very few, because I knew that the competitive element would sort of creep in. Because, you know, you'll see once the stream is up and running for a few weeks, we'll have all the golden oldies coming in, and usually there'll be a crowd watching. So I didn't want the toxic, you know, elements of we need to win, we kind of race, we need to speed run it to get to it, to be affecting everyone, and that itself is the reason as to why I've not had raids. But I think as part of the charity streams and charity, we will put the raids, particularly like Wrath of the Machine, right at the end. So when the charity, when we meet the threshold, or we meet the certain kind of target, we'll do it. But we'll do it with our community members and people who are well known to us. So we'll plan for it, basically. You know, we'll say, we reached the threshold, so within a week we'll do this community-based stream, and then we'll get our members together, so that we don't have ifs and buts and maybes and why, you know, why not? I mean, it's just that's what we'll do. So that will be definitely present in the future a lot more, and also maybe some mini competitions within the community. We did have several times the Crucible, you know, between various community members, and then we had, let's say, 6 people playing, and then one against all, so to speak, and it was such good fun, because everyone knows each other, and they will try to eliminate the best of friends, or, you know, the best of the community participants, and that was hilarious. That was actually some of the best fun I had in Destiny altogether, particularly with our friend from Finland, who was very eager on capitalizing on my slow internet connection, only to discover that due to the things he was doing, he would also get eliminated. That was hilarious. We all literally, we were in stitches when we watched it. It was so funny. Just a minute, see what our friend said. Yeah, you said about the resources. I believe you're referring to the resources in our local community. I had actually several members of my community who were experiencing severe mental health issues, and I was directing them to certain resources in the community. But like you said, if you were to be looking at the NHS or anything statutory, that is very scarce, and it comes under certain conditions, and you probably will know this better than me. I mean, I've not been really fully involved with that for a while now, but if somebody fell into a certain category, and particularly if somebody experienced substance problems, then the difficulties of accessing services became even greater, because those are not many, and there are certain conditions to which people have to, well, there's certain checklists that people have to go through in order to be accepted to some of those. So that's a serious problem, and generally the vast majority of people will be attending, maybe on less frequent basis, some of the statutory support groups, or, you know, the doctors or practitioners, but then they'll join a charity, they will join any of the places which are community based, and 2 of those most frequent are, well, therapeutic groups run by Mind or affiliated services within the charitable sector, and the other will be church-based groups. You know, there are church-based groups countrywide, and they are very supportive. They're very good. So at the end of the day, one has to resort maybe to the use of several services. You know, some run by church, some run by charities, the other lot provided by the NHS. I know it's not ideal, but still these services are there. And then at times, particularly if you're living in a more remote area, I know one of our community members was asking me for some advice, and I said exactly the same to what they just mentioned. But he said he couldn't find anything on the statutory level. He felt they were really dismissive. So, you know, I wouldn't like to really provide any sort of comments on that, but combining the services which are there to support at the same time, like 2 or 3 of them, and engaging them according to what frequency they can offer, is the best way. It's not true that we don't have services, you know, because other countries are a lot worse off than ourselves, and our services, I've said in the past, were the best in the world, but they've been just downgraded and downsized. They've not disappeared, but they've been downgraded and downsized. And obviously, for anyone experiencing serious illness, we can't really, you know, wait for too long, because we need support in the here and in the now. So it's troubling to see that the consecutive governments and local authorities, in fact, probably more than governments, have just been downsizing and downgrading some of this. But I just want to stress, it isn't really quite true that these services don't exist. Do you see what I mean? It may be a bit more difficult to find them, but that's also to do with the way people are today, you know. Generally, you find that people are not that caring compared to maybe 30, 40 years ago. There are many reasons as to why that is. It's just the way we live, the way the life is organized. So that all blends in with the way people then behave and work, and, you know, what services are offered. But, you know, if one really looks for it, one really perseveres and pushes for it, something will be found. So let me see what our friend said. I'm Titan, main on PS4, but Warlock and Hunter seem to be the best at DPS. I guess if you were to be looking at some polls, then you'll see that the vast majority of people said they prefer Hunter, and Hunter is one of the most popular characters for raids. But then on the other hand, I'd say that many of our community members prefer Titan because of the speed, the jumps, and, you know, other things that come together with it. So it's down to personal preference, really. I have all 3 characters in both games. In this game, they're all maxed out, but in Destiny 2, I'm primarily on the Hunter. I've played Hunter now for quite some time, but you know, it's always a good idea to leave the other characters, I guess, with a few resources, because if you have your community, you can always connect with others and do things together. You know, people help you, you help others, and that's just why I love Destiny. I think Destiny and Elder Scrolls are the 2 of the games that I would consider to be the very best in terms of that community spirit, the community connectivity. You know what I mean? So you can always rely on somebody else. You don't need any guides or any walkthroughs. You always get your people together. They'll tell you exactly what to do. If you were to go back on my streams that are on YouTube, you would see that I learned everything from the guys that would have come in here and taught me. Back when I started out with streaming, so 5 years ago, I really knew of the game, but not played it extensively, and I learned everything from my community members. Everything. They were so helpful. There was never a shortage of those people coming in, you know, wanted to help out and supply further knowledge. So that was a tremendously rewarding experience. It actually was a foundation stone for everything I did ever since. Our friend says, yeah, I'm Destiny 1 day, 1 player. I know a tiny bit about the game. Well, you've been doing it from the beginning. So that's from 2014, right? So it's already 9 years now. Well, I've not played it from the beginning, but I'm sort of a predecessor, Halo. You know, I played Halo quite a lot prior to the Destiny release, and fully engaged with it when I started streaming. And by that I mean, like, literally, Destiny was the backbone of the stream. So we would stream every day for 4 to 5 hours, and, you know, obviously I learned everything and went through it. And it's a bit confusing now when you're migrating back to Destiny 1 because of all the advancements of the sequel. But at the same time, I think it provides us with the sense of difference. It's a variety, you know. Destiny 1 is a harder game than the sequel in every way, I'd say. provides you with few options, and you need to be working much harder to get to a certain level, like with special weapons, with exotics and armor. And that's the joy of the game. You know, that's what people like the best. But I wouldn't really disregard the sequel, because initially it didn't perform too well within the first year, but then ever since they started with the seasons and the campaign integration, the story being tied into various activities, the game's just gone from strength to strength. And if I'm to be honest, the busiest time in gaming I've ever had was, I think it was year 2 when it started. You probably know that better than me. It was the year 2 when they started with the initial seasons. You remember the 3 seasons they launched? That was so busy. That was unbelievable. Every season was having so many tasks and so many things to do. And it was the busiest ever. And actually, I remember watching a vidoc with the team that worked on the seasons, and they said, we never ever going to be able to do this again because of the poor response to the sequel initially. We literally worked 365 days without a break, 12 to 14 hours a day to create that content. So it's a huge sacrifice on behalf of the team, but you know, it worked, and it was wonderful. It was probably the best Destiny content we would have had, I guess, coupled with maybe the Taken King in the original, and then with the Witch Queen, which I thought was phenomenal. It was just absolutely beautifully designed, top quality of, you know, it was really highly enjoyable. So and our friend says, yeah, there's a lot of toxicity in Destiny 2. Unfortunately, I've done every raid in Destiny 1 apart from Wrath of the Machine. I've heard about it, and I think the vast majority of that is linked to PvP, to the Crucible. They're very, you know, I guess in the sequel there are some different maps which are a bit wider compared to what we had here. But in here was a typical deathmatch. Bang bang, they're dead, you know, respawn. And it's very kind of adrenaline based, very high octane, and you know, you want to carry on, you want to win, and this and the other, and that obviously stimulates the behavior. But the other thing, I actually want to tell you this. I discovered that as I was doing the research on gaming and epilepsy. You probably will be able to find out. Probably can send it to you. In fact, I've got this article, so I talked about them in a podcast as well. A former US Navy veteran, a female soldier, she sustained serious injury during the years of service and developed severe epilepsy. And she was a gamer, you know, somebody who was quite interested in working with the industry. So after she demobbed due to injury, she went into video gaming as a professional writer, streamer, gamer, and she works for various American, US gaming magazines online. And she has a particular interest in the way the games and the technology of gaming is affecting certain illnesses, because she said Destiny was the game that affected her seizures most compared to any other game, and she loves Destiny. She plays it all the time, and she does have grand mal seizures. So I looked into that, and the fact is that you know, her articles and her podcasts and all she had said were really taken up very seriously by the Bungie developers, and they had been introducing some tech which was toning down the flashing lights and the elements of I guess it's the optical latency. It's something that we cannot see by the naked eye, you know. It happens, but we don't actually detect it. I guess it's similar to when you watch a film, 24 frames per second. You don't actually see every one of the frames because of the delay. You see it as a movement, right? So what happens in here is that a lot of these flashing lights and the lights which are interacting are attacking somebody's brain. And she said that particularly in some sections of Destiny had this capacity to stimulate the overall excitement, like, you know, heart rate goes up, you get a bit dizzy without people even knowing. And she said she spotted that because she obviously can test her seizures and it's got various means to which she can do that. It was initially the increase of tension, I guess. It's the heart rate, and then there would be some degree of impatience, and then in her case the seizures would come on. So the fact that there is that toxicity in the PvP, I'm not surprised, because, you know, the addictive element of doing it constantly is triggering off the degrees of aggressive behavior, you know. because it's no respite. It's a bit like you're gasping for air and constantly just jumping in yet again, yet again. It's interesting because I played Apex, and I think Apex initially was a bit like that, but they had massively improved the graphics, invested a lot more in it. It became more of a placid game because the maps are not as tight to start with, and technically they had enhanced and down. I guess they must have toned down the elements of flashing lights, which would be very prominent. So that's very important. I think something obviously I monitor and I'm very interested in, to see how certain patterns that emerge within the gaming on the technical side of things can be affecting people's behavior and their physiology. That's very interesting. And I guess there always has to be some degree of moderation, and one has to be able to step back. PvP matches, death matches, they are very addictive, and there are people who will just literally hammer them 24/7. Gaming had not been created for this, but there are some people in the world of gaming who are quite keen on having it, because obviously they can monetize on this, through various means that they have on their disposal. And our friend says, yeah, PvP is fun. It can be, but it can be also the other way. That all depends on the participants. I think if somebody is a streamer and runs their own community, and they keep bringing in the regulars to play together with them, it's fantastic fun, because on one hand you will have the participants who are phenomenally interesting, and the participants who are laid back. There's no toxicity or any anger. They can joke, they can come up with anything towards each other because they're really good friends. Then they know the MOs, so to speak, in terms of how they game and what they do together. And then you will have, obviously, with some of the streamers, very large communities of people, several thousand watching at any given moment in time, and watching these interactions, which are actually pleasant to watch. Puns, jokes, being sort of unpleasant towards each other, but in a funny way, which is part and parcel of the game, without actually being demeaning or unpleasant overall. The difficulty starts when somebody's doing it by himself and is entering the random matchmaking, because with random matchmaking you never know who you're going to pick up. Could be some brute, could be some fantastic person, could be a child, and those forums don't actually scan for children. So Apex in particular has many children playing the game, which in fact they shouldn't. That's the trouble. So for me, PvP is fantastically enjoyable if I'm doing it with my own community. Doing it with the randoms is hit and miss. Sometimes you get people who are absolutely brilliant, like in trios in particular, get a duo coming in, brilliant people, and at other times it becomes a serious issue because the people are really unpleasant, and depends on who's there. So I would say I'd always prefer, if I'm to be looking at the fun element, doing it together with my community members and not doing it to the randoms. Our friend says, if I can help you with the community, I'll be around from time to time. Absolutely. Yes, of course. Well, my streams are usually regular, so they're basically everyday streams, and I just have to really pitch them correctly in terms of the time schedule and all that. I don't like streaming at night because, streaming and these activities generally can wake me up sizably because of the overall involvement. So it's always early in the day, and well, it wasn't always, but that's my personal preference. So I will actually look at the exact times and schedules, and you'll be able to see it, because to add about section on Twitch for people to know exactly where the times are going to be, and also the links to those charities and etc. But absolutely, and obviously I'll be looking for the expansion of the channel, meaning cooperating with other Twitch members and community members, other streamers. Generally, how to put it, I was running it for quite some time as a community-based channel, but now I'm sort of expanding, branching into the other areas where I believe the major evolution had taken place, and that's the plan. And our friend Sandman says, yeah, I think I'll go Hunter. And how much does it cost to be a full member of your community and I love Elder Scrolls? How much does it cost? It doesn't cost anything. It's just simply, you know, you join my Twitch channel and you become a member of the community, and you know, you hook up with everyone else, because we've had so many people coming in and then joining forces outside of the stream. You know, they come to the stream and say, anybody else wants to join? And I say, oh yeah, I want to join, but actually we're not going to be doing it on the stream, we'll do it elsewhere. So they part from the stream and they do their own thing elsewhere, and they become like the best of friends. And I've had quite, you know, quite a number. I think the problem I had with my streams was the picture quality, particularly if you're looking at younger members of our community. So that's people aged, I don't know, 18 to 25, 30. They're so much used to the use of smartphones and 4K picture resolution that anything which is not within those parameters is seen as, oh, don't waste my time. To be fair, if one is watching my old streams on a phone, they're acceptable, they're bearable. I mean, there's a lag, but even the picture quality is not good. But if you were to blow it up to the setup I have in here, which is on a massive big TV set, you know, 60-inch plus, then there is a problem, because that is not really watchable. And that was really costing me the membership or the participation of quite a few of those younger members. The people who joined were more of a mature type, and people who are mature gamers who were not bothered about the picture quality, because they wanted to be there for the chat and they would just listen to it on the phone. And if they were to join our community-based sessions, then they would watch the game in any case on their setup, so that wasn't of concern to them. Do you see what I mean? So obviously I had to resolve the issue, because with it I couldn't really progress or send, and that was really it took such a long time. But I've got to say that with the new system, and with they explained to me that once the 5G comes in here, the speeds will be much greater. I think that will resolve the problem. I can't believe how good it is, you know. I mean, obviously I'm using this wire connection from the router, but I couldn't believe how good it is, because I thought, because it's airborne, there may be some issues, you know. There may be like a drop on a signal, or there may be latency. Absolutely nothing. Even on Xbox Series S, before I connected with this new 4G internet, I was doing, you know, various things on Game Pass, and you access the cloud service. You want to watch or play the game on the cloud, and it was constantly, it wasn't buffering, it was constantly refreshing, and you could see there was a major problem with the speed. And now with it, it's almost as good as, well, it's not as good as 4K, but you know, it's razor sharp, no problems with any form of latency. So you can do the cloud on the new console with these more up to scratch speeds, to the way they should be approached. I mean, I've seen on Reddit many people complain about such issues, and frequently they are down to the tech that they're using. You know, people buy Elgato capture cards, they buy consoles, they buy expensive headsets. The problem is with the internet connection. You know, if it's related to the streaming, and sometimes it's related to PvP, because if you, for instance, have latency, and the ping's not particularly good for whatever reason, then you have significant delay in terms of how you are able to contest the enemies. You know, the old rule of game, what's it called? It's not game path. It's called the path, basically, your character path. So if you are, for instance, playing Warzone or Apex, even Destiny, if you have that degree of latency and delay, wherever you walk within a second or two is still a target. So think about it. Instead of just having yourself as a tiny little character, you expand, you become like this mountain we can see in the distance in there, and anywhere the opponent fires at is going to be resulting in your damage or death. So for instance, with my previous system, I would sometimes have it look to me one shot, one kill from, you know, major distance, and then I look at the score on Apex, how many times actually he had shot me, and it says 7 times. Yet I didn't see any of that on my setup, all due to the internet speed. Do you see what I mean? It didn't actually register due to the discrepancy of the speed. So that's what causes serious problems with PvP, and actually it is probably frequently the causal factor in Rage, where people really blame the game or the tech side of things without actually knowing it's due to the ping. And it's due to, I've got the best equipment. You've got the best equipment, but if you don't have the best equipment with the best possible speed, playing against a Swedish or Latvian player who's got 1,000 upload and download, you're going to suffer. You're not going to be able to win the game. It's as simple as that. If 3 of them are on 1,000 upload and 1,000 download, upload in particular, and you're, let's say, upload of 1, it's just... And I've seen that many times when, sometimes when you're down to the last 3 in those competitive matches, you watch how the match is going to end, and you can really tell. If you're a trainer, you can really tell, he's losing because he's on a poorer quality connection. And I told the guys, but, people don't want to believe me. They think everything is the same, and actually it isn't. It's very significantly different. Just bear with me a second, sir. I need to nip out for a second. I'll be back literally in 30 seconds. Just bear with me. I'll be back a second. Well, I'm so happy to hear that the picture and sound quality is so good that you can actually watch it. Are you watching it on your TV or on your phone? I'm just curious. Oh, you've written in here. I see. You've written. I didn't see it. You're watching it on your iPhone. iPhone does have fantastic resolution. It's a bit like when you watch it on iMac. Or you watch it on Sony. I use Sony for my stuff. I got everything Sony. Absolutely tip-top devices. The picture quality, the resolution is incredible. The colors are so bright. So if you're watching it on iPhone and it's looking really good, well, that's terrific, because you know what? Almost every single community member from the US is on iPhone, and they will be watching it on iPhone. Because usually what they do is they'll watch the stream on iPhone and they'll play the game on their setup. So if this looks good on iPhone, that is just I'm overjoyed. I'm so happy. Yeah. So where was I? It's just taken me a long time, to do it, because I had my hands tied with this internet, and I just didn't want to do it of late because of this terrible internet. And it was just incredibly infuriating, because I've gone to the Microsoft store, the European flagship store that they have in London, and I got together with people who run it and went to the guy who was the manager of the games room, and he's a wonderful chap. He is a well-known gaming journalist, and he actually has gone from the store now, but we were discussing doing the stream from there, and they have a fantastic streaming room. I went there for the opening, and it was just incredible. The latest state-of-the-art tech, and with mixing desks and everything. It was just mouth-watering. But then the problem was, when I was showing him my stream, like on the setup that they had in there, it looked absolutely awful. I mean, the content was very good, but visually it was just so poor. And I said, I need to improve this, because it's just, I'm gonna fall out compared to the rest, and I will lose. I wouldn't lose the people who are already with the community; they'll stay there forever. But the newcomers, you know. And I did have quite a few people as the tech improved elsewhere, you know, with the gadgets and with the accessories. The first thing they say, what sort of resolution is this? Why is this 360? And what can I tell them? I could say just the internet connection causing all the problems, you know. So such is life, but pleased to see and pleased to hear that this is resolved, because I tested it out for several weeks and I had some issues with these overlays. They wouldn't really be, they didn't want to display properly, you know. So I had to spend quite some time with the tech support of Lightstream and Stream Elements to get this to be fully sorted, and it is fully sorted, and it really works properly as it should, and it just looks good, you know. It's a tremendous enhancement to what I've had before. And also, you know, for instance, when you look at the overlays, for instance, what I quite like is I put this one on, and I can do this literally from my mobile phone, which is again astonishing. I go there and then I put on, just bear with me a second, let's put on this one, and then what I get is this sort of dialogue type of screen. You'll see that. So on one hand you can see very nicely myself being displayed there looking into the distance, which is fabulous. I really love this view. And then I can talk on the chat, right? Because sometimes we put the chat on and it'll say, just bear with me a second, I just need to reconnect with say I put this chat in, so the beauty of it is, for people who are watching it just on the TV and they're not having the chat on, they'll see the chat within the window. It's fully displayed. You see what I mean? So let's say it has taken a long while. The only trouble I still have is my Bluetooth wireless keyboard, because when I type fast it doesn't always register all the digits, and that's a real problem. So I probably have to get state-of-the-art Bluetooth keyboard. I'm not 100%, because the other devices are already up to scratch. I mean, this is you know, not as recent, because very important when I type it, everything it comes up you know, tip top, so we can see it. I hate these typos, because when I type, the keyboard or the device will not register certain digits, and it's so annoying, you know. It's just really annoying. You see, I like that, because a lot of the gamers will not watch sometimes, or maybe they'll be watching it on the phone, but they'll switch off chat because they want to see the picture, right? So when you get this and it pops up on your screen, is it easy to read the chat on the screen on your phone when you look at it? Is it as sharp as it should be for people to read? Because sometimes with the imported chats, you know, they could be a bit diffused. I think it's looking good. Well, you know, I spent a lot of time designing this and trying to work out not to make it overbearing for the viewer. But I quite like this one, because I don't use camera, you know, for myself to be visible. I think if you're running a channel like this one, it's very important for all the participants to be completely focused on the activity, you know. And the activity here is what you see on the screen game-wise, and also what you will have with the content, what we talk about. I think having pictures of different people, videos, you know, cams, would distract. So it's similar to what you get in a radio chat show, podcast chat show, you know. It's all about the content. It's all about how you experience people, so what they say, what they do, either to the gameplay, the way they're supported to one another, you know, the way they do things together, and also what they talk about. So it's very important when we get these kinds of things that they actually work, so they're not too distracting. And I really like this one. I call it dialogue, because sometimes instead of just being seated, you know, in a game or keeping everyone fairly idle, random visitors to Twitch may think I'm asleep, you know, and when he sees this, he actually knows that this is the dialogue. We talk both via chat and through audio. And don't forget, when I bring in people on the party, so there's several people participating, they will be talking live on air, right? But then others will be also typing. So it's a very good way. I'm very happy with what I've managed to get from Stream Elements. I think it's really cleverly designed, and also it's fully customizable, which means that we throw in any new ideas. You can always take out the ones you don't like anymore, and bring in the new ones, and that's really good. You know, I think what I like in particular is the degree of connectivity and interactivity with everything that's on display. So, for instance, somebody coming here and having a look, seeing Tiltify, and they'll see the Tiltify, there's some donation, and then sort of click on what the threshold is and what this is about. They go to about, they click on, you see all the links there: Shelter, Mind, Autistic Society, Epilepsy Scotland. You know, so they'll sort of become engaged with the whole process. They can come to us live and ask questions. We'll engage, and everything sort of interconnects. You know, it's sort of interlinked, and I think that's the strength of those advancements. And it's similar to what we have with cross-platform. I watched actually, listened to a podcast yesterday, the Xbox, you know, the regular weekly podcast, and was one of their executives. He said how difficult it was for them to convince independent and various other standalone developers to enable the games to go cross-platform. It was almost impossible. He said they were banging their head against the wall for quite a few years. It's only after Xbox introduced Game Pass, and with a massive number of people using these games, that these developers caved in, you know? Which is ridiculous. I mean, it's obvious that if you have PlayStation and Xbox and a PC as the main forms of gaming, I use Nintendo Switch for instance now, you bring them all into the same forum, people will connect better, they'll communicate, things are going to be much better. But they were resisting it purely on the economic grounds, believing that they had to attract clients to themselves, to their product, to their console, you know, to their device, and play it exclusively to them, actually missing out on all else that's happening everywhere. The integration of TikTok and Instagram, and you know, it's all integrated, but they're preventing this. I mean, I find it really beyond understanding. You have a game like Apex, which is now offering you cross-platform access. They're not offering cross-platform save. But that's insane. Cross-platform access, no cross-platform save. So what does this mean? You can game with all of your friends on PlayStation, but if you migrate to Xbox, you need to start from scratch. You have the same friends coming in, but you start from scratch. There's no cross save. I find it absolutely crazy. Our friend's asking, have you ever played Warframe? I haven't, and I really should. Warframe has been on the top of my list for the PvP games already for a number of years. The reason I've not played it, I've looked at it, is that it does have some similarities to Destiny, and it does require a lot of input, and it's a very grindy game. And again, a game that can, you know, attract people to come in, people who will be within the same community. Just bear with me. Change position. I'm not seated comfortably. There we are better. And that's probably one of the reasons I've not tried it. But you know, I actually talked a bit earlier in one of my test streams about the benefit of live streaming of games and instant access through Game Pass and PlayStation Now. I still talk to lots of PC guys who are not keen on this, and people who want to be in possession of the original physical product. But I've got to say, I have got a problem with that way of thinking, because it does not represent all that's happening at the moment, right? At the moment, what we are seeing is the overall cross-platform integration and instant access. Why is it that cinemas are having difficulties in generating audiences, particularly since the pandemic? Well, it's quite simple, because the streaming services had smartened up and they're offering many more things and many more titles than before, also allowing people to run parties together, so you can invite friends to watch together with you, like Disney, for instance. And that's very, very popular, very similar to what you have with video gaming. And, you know, within the gaming industry, everything is ascending and evolving so rapidly that some of these guys have got difficulty even in following the latest advancements. I mean, I can't understand as to why they want to be upholding the idea to be running it as a standalone game. You know, the Game Pass and PS Now offer a massive opportunity for every gamer worldwide to try out the game for the time being. Yeah, could be accessible indefinitely or time limit, whatever. And then if you love the game, you'll buy it. I mean, I've played, ever since they introduced both services, literally thousands of games. Some I played extensively, some I tried, some I just looked at. But having the benefit of being able to click on stream and have a look at exactly what it is without needing to download was of phenomenal benefit. And lots of these games that I've never heard of kind of grabbed me. I've gone in and then I liked what I've seen. I said, I'm just, finding out for myself what this is like. But then the following day I come back and play the game, and eventually I buy the game. You won't do that with every single title, but think about it. An independent developer doing a game and then hoping that through non-existent marketing budget, through social networking and Twitters and Facebooks with some cheap ads, they'll be attracting many people to come to the game, is a non-starter. They will not be able to do that. I mean, you can see what happens with Marvel and with DC and the blockbusters. Anywhere you look, there's these ads bringing people to cinema to watch these films. It's the same thing with games. Redfall, the campaign for Redfall, and then not delivering the product. It's just beyond understanding. Anyway, what I try to say is that the future of gaming is in the retention of the two. Physical products and the games individually sold digitally and physically, as well as the streaming services. So, like a variety. And our friend says, Warframe is a really fun PvE game. Well, I need to play it. I'm very glad you reminded me, because I've got it there on my list, and I will have a look at it tonight. In fact, I will. You just reminded me of a game that, because it's W, when you go through the alphabetic order, A to Z, W is right at the bottom. So how rarely do you get to the bottom of it? But Wastelanders is a fantastic game as well, trilogy, and brilliant game. A W, or Walking Dead. Anyway, coming back to what you said, both Game Pass and PS are very good for gamers. Well, they're astonishingly good, and they had significantly enhanced the services. I think the PlayStation did that very recently. Their services were great, but technically didn't really perform. There were serious problems with the streams, and also not all of their games you could download. So there was a split into the games which you could just stream or just download. There were actually there weren't that many that had the both options available. And I remember their boss, Jim Ryan, was indicating that they will never do anything like the Game Pass. They will never be offering exclusives through the subscription, etc., etc. And guess what happens? Because of the advancements and the monetary gains that the Game Pass introduced, they had to be adapting. So everything he said just went down the drain, and they had kind of rebuilt the services and offered different things, I think since last September, which are much superior. I mean, PlayStation now has a very, very good selection of games, and also what's important is they massively improved the streaming, because the streaming that they offer goes through Microsoft servers, so it's a much higher quality. You don't have to be downloading every single game, and to be fair, it was them before the Game Pass that did have that streaming live capacity. With the Game Pass, this came a lot later, because with the Game Pass, till about 2 years ago, I think, with the introduction of the new console, we had to be downloading these games. Again, it's a monetary reason behind it, because they'll be counting the number of downloads, how many people play the games, etc. So obviously, you can be counting how many people stream the game as well. But, you know, you could see the reasons. But I think, from my point of view, the Microsoft crew, particularly the Xbox team, are more up to scratch with the latest advancements in technology than the PlayStation. I think the PlayStation on the social networking front is lagging massively. It's so easy to connect with friends and play on Xbox, you know. If you combine the app with the console, it's fantastic. And they constantly keep improving the app with the achievements, with friends, with postings, with uploads, with clips, and PlayStation's way behind it. They don't have anything like it. I mean, they have the new app and a few other bits and introduced it, but it's not as interactive, it's not as community based, and I think this is a terrible shame. The best example is the live presentations, which tells you what company is more advanced. If you watch, for instance, the presentations done by Microsoft and Xbox, they're like a proper high quality television show. They're incredible. And then you watch State of Play provided by PlayStation, they basically take half dozen trailers of the upcoming games, glue them together, and throw in like an AI to provide you with a few comments. It's appalling. It's just absolutely dreadful compared to the company, the size they have, and all that they should be offering. So, you know, like I said, those services are opening up the possibilities for everyone. And I think for myself, considering that very many games, inclusive of some of the indie ones, are sizable, which means they will take a long time to complete, if there is a completion at all. Obviously, it's not the case with some of the PvP games, I should say. And I don't understand what the issue is. If you allow it on the streaming services for a limited amount of time, people can try it. For instance, to give an example, they had Red Dead of Rockstars on the Game Pass. I thought it was going to be on the Game Pass for 6 months, but actually they offered it for 3 months. And I thought, it's a massive game like that, I played just bit by bit, enjoy it, and guess what? The game then disappeared. And they did indicate that the game was going to be leaving the Game Pass after a certain period. They never tell you exactly the date, but anyway. So I played the game, and I've done maybe 20% of it, because it's a massive, massive big game. So many things to do. And then obviously I was driven to buy it. So had I not been playing it on the Game Pass, I wouldn't have played it at all. I'd be just waiting for the price to drop in 5 or 10 years. And, you know, it's definitely making it easier for us to get knowledgeable, to follow what's up and about, what's happening in the industry, and most importantly, gives us instant access. We can be very selective, or we can be trying out everything that comes to those services, and we get more knowledgeable, and our communities can be growing. So, you know, and also, for instance, with Twitch streams, if you watched the Twitch from the beginning, you would have seen how it also evolved quite considerably. I've been to some of their developer conferences. They have, well, it's no longer new, but at the time it was a brand new office on New Oxford Street, and you know, their team was there telling us all about their kind of assets and liabilities and challenges and all sorts. What's incredible is that Twitch is actually quite a small company, and not many people are involved on the technical side of things. And considering how many gamers and people use it every single day, that for me is just unfathomable. It's just like really crazy that you're not employing a much greater technical support team, because there will be issues from moderating through technical glitches, etc., etc. Okay, they're still growing, they're still developing things, but the way they ascended from the very basics right at the beginning to today, integrating the overlays, integrating the charity streams, integrating the global gaming communities. I mean, they're a bit slow, but I think that's probably to do with the resources they have. And some people I've seen there, they're people who kind of adore the idea, the notion that when you move in to these offices, that's your life, and you have everything there, from swimming pools to shops to like you got the Google offices in London. The guys that work in there, they don't have to actually leave the building. Everything is in the building. Anything you need, that includes literally everything. So they will be working all of their waking life. But then, the difficulty there is they may be asked to do too much rather than employ a few more people. You see what I mean? So, these people generally work on coding and programming and everything else. Cut them so short, I think Twitch also had moved forward in terms of how it integrates other platforms and other means to which you can stream and do things. The best example is what we are looking at right now, what you can see on my screen. This was not possible before. When I went to that office, which was just before the pandemic, it was just literally a couple of months beforehand, this was not possible because they would not be wanting to have that degree of partnership with third-party companies providing overlays, because of the obvious. People go through that company, but they've come up with a deal. They've sort of looked at the advances overall. Advancements in the technology, not just within the streaming world, but elsewhere, and that is basically what had created those new partnerships, which of course are very beneficial to the consumers. And that's the future. I think the future will comprise all three segments: physical product, or digital download if you purchase it, and the streaming services. So that's the future of gaming. And I also think the future of gaming will be incorporating more and more of kind of educational type of content. What was it? Anyway, I was listening to it yesterday. There was trying to think what it was now. He was describing that they're the second game after. Oh yeah, I know what it is. It's the baseball game. It's the baseball game that is being now introduced to the Game Pass. And one of the top guys said, we are the second game in the market that has that kind of history element. And I'll tell you what it is. The other game is Assassin's Creed Odyssey. They created the whole section of the game that's being now used in Greece for the educational content, and it's history of Greece basically. It's incorporated within the game, and I've not played all of it, but I've tried a bit of it initially when the game came out, and I thought it was amazing. But they've developed it significantly ever since. Anyway, this game, the baseball game, which I guess is unlikely to be very popular globally, but very popular in America, will have the whole new DLC. So it's the whole big section, which is massive, dedicated to the Black Players League that not many people in America know much about. And it's just following the history. So by actually playing the game, you will go through the stages of the history, step by step, and you learn absolutely everything down to the T about all the people that are involved. It's incredible. Obviously it requires many people on the production team, from the researchers to the former participants, but to produce something which is of such historic significance within the world of video gaming is astonishing. But that's the next step. No longer are we going to be doing the platformers where we're just going to keep shooting each other. It's just the capacity for communication. And think about it. Apply video games within the education system. Learning about ancient Greece, right? What better way to learn but just hop on Assassin's Creed Odyssey and learn everything about ancient Greece? Younger people will love it. They want to do it all the time. It's just absolutely incredible. So the possibilities and the capacities for advancement and for knowledge in here are phenomenal. And I have to say, being able to combine several passions of mine within one forum is just living a dream. And you mentioned about the groups and being involved with the groups at the local church and that. Absolutely. But think about the group. One member is in Hong Kong, the other is in Taipei, the third one is in Los Angeles, the fourth one is in Mexico City, the fifth one is in London, the sixth one is in Carlisle, the seventh one is in Athens, the eighth one is in Rome, and all of them get together through one of these platforms. There could be, Twitch here through the game, and they do exactly the same group globally. So they're not alone. They're not separate. That is incredible. That is incredible, and I think that is going to be the future. That certainly is what I believe in, with some variations and some adjustments. Because, the whole world of gaming then becomes an educational tool. And I listened to the lady, she is the executive of the so-called sustainability department. I'm not sure whether it's Xbox or Microsoft. I think it's Xbox. I didn't even know what this sustainability department was, but apparently they're working on specific new type of coding which is going to be saving energy both within the games themselves as well as on consoles. And like she was a person who is incredibly well educated, somebody who worked as a senior PhD, Doctor of Science of Marine Biology, and she was involved worldwide for various UN and US institutions, statutory and otherwise. And then she was brought into the Xbox, but she was describing the whole thing about the educational component, which is still, I guess, undiscovered, and the capacity for people to communicate, to learn, and to share knowledge that she herself found most fascinating within her niche. So think about it, somebody who is a scientist who worked for various government organizations and actually is able to connect and conceptualize the whole idea. It is absolutely incredible. So, these are the people that obviously will lead us to the future, and their work will be remarkable and hugely significant for all of us who are actually participating in these communities. All right, sir. I think what I'll do now is I've seen that the time's gone by. I was just intending to do a brief test stream, but everything worked out so well, and so grateful that you were able to join us and tell us about the experience of how the stream is viewed by yourself separately, which is wonderful, and I'm very grateful for that. I've got a very good feedback from yourself firsthand, knowing that my investment and my hard work was not in vain. So many more goodies and rewards are to follow here for all of us, really, the community. And it was interesting because you asked about the cost of the community. It's probably to do with the new overlays, because they indicate this in the monetary. But what I do is always absolutely without any form of monetary constraint. So it's completely charitable, completely community-based, completely sociable, all-inclusive, absolutely no interest whatsoever in any monetary attached to it. But at the same time, it's open to donations. So people who enjoy the content, people who enjoy our groups and our activities, they can then contribute if they want to do so, in any way, whatever, from minor to major. And that's the idea. That's the idea behind the channel. And that's the idea behind some of the other activities I've done in the past, because I always believed if we leave it open to people to decide for themselves, not everyone will contribute. Some people take advantage, but the vast majority will feel driven, and they will really appreciate it. It's like a good deed. You bake bread and you offer it to people for free at the street market. People say, "Oh, that's fantastic. We'll come back again next week and the week after." And they say, "Well, we want to give you all the money because obviously you're making it." And so, it certainly has, I think, within the field of charitable work or the good deeds work, it does have a firm place, which is here to stay. Yeah, but you're saying sending me a farewell message in there. But what I'll do now is I'll test the same thing in Destiny 2. So I'll try to see whether my Destiny 2 stream is going to be working. If you're busy, of course, you'll be carry on with other duties and activities. But if you're not busy, it'd be absolutely fantastic if you could just see a bit of it right at the beginning to tell me whether everything worked as it should. Because, Destiny 2 is a game that's sort of already tailored to the next gen console, so maybe a bit more taxing on the bandwidth or something. I don't know. I'll also do it on PlayStation, so we'll see. The only trouble I have is that all of my Destiny 2 activity is on the Xbox, and got everything's there, the seasons and all the content. I don't have everything on PlayStation, so it's a bit tricky because the problems that the Xbox audio is causing us for the streams, but I think it will be resolved. So I'll just test whatever I've got in here. Our friend says you'll stay around. That's wonderful. Well, first of all, sir, I want to thank you for your participation. That's wonderful, and thank you so much for that. Thank you for making my test stream fully flourished, with our interactivity, our discussions, as well as your feedback on the technical quality of what I've been doing and testing, because today is the final day for the stream to be tested, and then we'll crack on with everything, formally, with the campaigns and other things which are prepared. So thank you so much for that. And I think what we'll do is we'll try another overlay. So we'll see whether the other overlay is as good as this, which I believe it will be. Bear with me a second. So we'll have this Be Right Back, which will pop up more or less immediately. Let us see. Also looking quite good. So let me see whether this chat works. Yeah, it seems to me that everything is working as it should. The chat is popping up. The only thing is it doesn't really record the chat if you're switching from one overlay to another. So it needs to be typed in as we are watching a particular overlay. So for instance, if I depart from live, it won't actually keep that live chat when I go to Be Right Back. But it doesn't really matter because obviously we'll see it, and it's very important for people who are watching to know that this activity is taking place, so they're not really thinking that we are just really falling asleep or anything like that. And obviously with lots of participants in the forum, they'll be all typing and asking various things, and it becomes really it becomes actually a very good, fun way of engaging, because some people will look at the overlay, others will look at the chat, the third lot will be considering about bits and cheers, and it's really really cool. Okay, so if you bear with us, I will have to end this stream, and then after that, immediately, so that's literally within seconds, I'm logging in and launching a separate Destiny 2 test stream. So just please bear with me, and you'll be able to tell me whether everything worked as well as it should on that one as well. So thank you very much once again for participating, and coming back to what you said initially about the groups. Absolutely, I would most warmly encourage you to join some of the groups in there and develop them. You start from scratch with maybe 2 or 3 people joining, and then they'll grow. There'll be other people coming in and running them as a proper support groups. People sit in a circle. There's no agenda, none, and then one by one people start talking about the issues, and they start sharing, comparing experiences, and it is incredibly supportive, and it's incredibly rewarding. And I've seen that so many times in the US films, because in the US that's the main means of support. A lot of people who don't have private insurance paid, or provisions with the private insurance for such forums, they all go to these groups. And these groups almost exclusively in the US are run by churches and church-related organizations, sometimes by charities, but the charities will actually use church halls, and the support is massive. And also, I think even if you find the group to be of some concern, being able to sit there together with others will make you feel less alone. And that's critical. That's like literally number one thing for anyone who's experiencing any form of difficulty. You are not alone. And that's what we had here also with our COVID group, support group, or COVID protection, whatever we could call it in all sorts of ways. Everyone coming here knew that they were not alone, stranded with this dreadful virus and the pandemic and the lockdown. They could talk and communicate and be together, and that was tremendously rewarding. So, I still think that there is going to be always a bit of difference between face-to-face contact and sitting in a group when people are together and meeting somebody online, but there are similarities and differences. And I think over a longer period of time, being with people in online groups is giving 100% indication of what they're like as people, right? It'd be very, very unusual if somebody is able to hide or, conceal part of their personality. If they were involved in this sort of interactive activity with others, there will be personality traits and their elements, of the being coming across one way or the other, be it very talkative, very loud, very quiet, not participating, being abrasive, being very supportive, blah blah, everything. It's not going to be on the first encounter, because when you meet somebody in a group, like the local church hall or any other facility, it's the first face-to-face contact, and even if people don't say anything, you will have a degree of impression of that person in real life. So, to cut it short, both systems are incredibly beneficial, yet the one online, I think, will take a bit longer in order to get to know everyone compared to what one sees in real life. Alright, so let's crack on with Destiny 2 and see what that is going to look like. So that's really tremendous. Thank you for watching, thank you for supporting us, and thank you for joining us today. So let's see whether this overlay will work as well.